That's the shofar. Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No and not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shua. No and not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Lavakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'atha, Latazak, know and not thou murder. La'atha, Kanab, know and not thou adultery. La'atha, Ganab, know and not thou steal. La'atha, Anashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'atha kamad kala shira la rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah. Hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my eye is so. Hey, my eye is so. Torah, Yahya. Torah,
Yah!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High. Let me check my levels. Check my mic. Where's my mic at? Levels. Mic check. All right, that's decent. All praises to the Most High. Shabbayat Shalayam. Seventh day. It is the seventh day that the Most High has made on the book in Genesis. Day 1 to day 7 of creation, before sin and iniquity was brought into the world. It's the fourth commandment of the 10. Remember the seventh day forever, the Shabbayat, Sabbath day. Shabbat, and add Yah's name back on, where they took him out of all his language, his ha-barayat, arayat letters, put his name back, so it's Shabbayat day. The Most High is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. His name was in everything. They took him out of everything, so you don't call on his name, because his name is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. Oh, I'm small. I'm small on the screen. Y'all give me a second. It's okay. I don't care about being seen. All right, there we go. I'm a little bit better. All right. So Shabbayat, Shalayam. Shalayam means peace and blessings of the Most High. Y'all might have heard of it as Shalom. That's the original Habariyah, not Canaanite Hebrew. Canaanite Hebrew is, might have heard someone say Shalom, right? That's Canaanite Hebrew. Then you get your still Canaanite, Babylonian, Talmudian, Mishnah from the Convertite Shalom with an O, right? These vowels. All right, but it's Shalom. Shalam is the original Habariyat. And then when you put Yah's name back, which they took everything out, it becomes Shalayam. Okay? The Father's name back in. That means peace and blessings unto you. And with Yah is Yah's peace and blessings unto you. When you put Shalayam, you put Yah's name back in the greeting, it means peace and blessings of the Most High, Yah, unto you. So Shabbayat Shalayam to everybody worldwide. Tonight's lesson is how the Christian Bible was written. Oh, this is going down. We're going to have to do this part 2 from last Friday, right? When this Wednesday was a different one. I'm going to do these every Friday, all right? I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to do it because more people are able to join us on this Friday, on the 7th day, because they don't got to work tomorrow and stuff. Some don't have to work tomorrow and stuff like that. So I'm going to do, because we got to do, this is part 2. We got to do a part 3. It's probably going to be a 5-part Christianity series, because tonight I got so much. So I asked the Father to give me the grace to be able to put this live together, because I get overwhelmed. It's easier to make videos, but to live, because I got to put all of these slides, and I got thousands and thousands of stuff. Like, I got so many tabs open, and it's like, and the crazy thing is, even as I'm putting it together and researching, is rabbit holes. History have been so written, hidden, disguised, whitewashed, removed, distorted, right? That when I do the research, it opens more portals, doors, dalayat, portals, right? So it's like this one should have been easy because it's the part 2 from the last time. But once I went to grab the stuff to arrange, it's like the research just keeps opening more doors. The Bible, the Most High, is unlocking mysteries, parables. He says he'll be restoring the old ways, the old paths. That's dalayat. Paths, ways are the dalayats. That's the original Habariyah, Adiyat letter, and Shamayah word. The Bariyah word for doors, pathways. The Messiah said, I am the door, right? So he is the path, way, right? And doors are portals, right? They lead you in and out of the spiritual. All right. So there's been so much history stolen, and the Most High said he will restore the ancient dalayats, pathways, and he will open doors, right, to his remnant, to the righteous. Now, there's also an increase of knowledge that will be flooded. So the serpents, the darkness mirrors, actually does the opposite. He does the same because they're not creators. They're imitators. They're thieves and robbers and stealers, right? They have no truth, right? So they steal what the Most High's will is and what he is to do, his prophecies, and they pervert it and turn it upside down, right? So you can open doors of lies. So this is where the discernment comes in at, and the study and to show yourself approved, and the purifying of the temple, the mind, body, and soul, and the consecrating yourself to the creator of all things, not to knowledge, not to traditions of men, not to religion, having the relationship with the creator. So his set apart Holy Spirit, the Rayat Hayakadash, Rayat Hayakadash, the set up Holy Spirit can reveal the things. It said it will reveal all things. But the Most High, under the Messiah's new covenant, meaning we are to be circumcised our body, so the new temple won't be made with hands. It will be made of flesh, of spirit, of dying to the self, of circumcising not the flesh, but your spirit now. Spiritual circumcision by Ashaya, which is fire. Okay, that's the part that religion has dropped. So Christianity, which was created, okay, y'all starting already. Christianity, which was created by these Greeks, we're going to explain, and then the Romans took it over. I want to explain something tonight as we get started. As I'm going, as these rabbit holes, I'm gonna just call it rabbit holes because they just don't stop. I have to stop myself. Next thing you know, it's 15 hours and I didn't even make my thumbnail. And I'm like, oh, now I got 4 more lessons. Right? So every time it's like it open, I got 4. I'm like, oh my God, okay, I need to put all that aside. Now I got to try to still put together what I thought I was going to put together. Right? So that me saying that just made me forget what I was going to say. But the Messiah, thank you, Father. What I was going to say was, in this group of rabbit holes, right, of doors of my research and deciphering and discerning, you know what I concluded? This is a crazy, y'all gonna see it tonight. I concluded that the only ones, the Greeks wasn't the gangsters. Y'all gonna learn some things tonight. You know who was the gangsters out of them all? It was the Romans. Y'all see, by the end of tonight, y'all gonna see exactly what I mean. The Romans were they were actually the gangsters. And I'll explain that. That's gonna come out pretty soon in a second. Y'all can see what I mean, right? And it's gonna little mind blow emojis, little things y'all gonna learn tonight, gonna blow your mind. But praise the Most High, y'all willing, with the Most High's grace and mercy, I should be able to lead you, which is Lamayad, right, down the path, which is Dalayat. So our job is to guide you as the remnant, as the children that sacrifice themselves and lower themselves and consecrate themselves to the truth of the Most High, following after Mashiach, which is the one who would lead us, right? Which is Lamayad, that's the shepherd staff, lead us as down the path. So the path we walk, the Gama Ya'al, that's walking down the path. The path is the Dalayat, the door to the Father. So as I lead you tonight in truth, and I'm gonna show you with receipts. I got things I'm gonna put on the screen. I got tabs I'm gonna open. I'm not gonna speak. I'm gonna show you, right? It's for you to be able to discern yourselves. You take the information and you go study yourself. Don't just take what I'm saying on face value. Even though I'm showing it, prove it. The Most High does not create us to be robots. He did not create us to just follow anyone blindly. You have to study to show yourself approved. You have to rightly divide the word and you have to discern for yourself. My job is to help build you up and clean some of the mess out so that you can have a relationship with the Creator yourself. It's not religion, it's a relationship. It's spiritual. You are to have your individual relationship with your Creator. You understand? So that He can reveal the things to you. Now He got His children who sacrifice themselves unto His truth, who will lead you, which is Lamayad, that's that shepherd staff, right? And try to guide you, Lamayad, on the right Dalayat path. That's the way. So in Christianity, before Christianity, the original Hebrews that followed the Messiah, they were followers of His way. In the original tongue, that's called Tamadayan Ha Dalayat, followers of the way, the pathway, the Dalayat. They were never Christians. All right. With that, let me add, my brothers and sisters, let me add the link. Present, y'all will learn, praise the Most High, some things tonight. I just asked the Father I can make it through because I'm not, I'm over prepared. So I don't know how this is going to go, right? I just pray that it be fruitful for you guys as much as I possibly can under the guidance of my Father, our Father, right? So invite guests and let the Most High let this land the way it should lay as it land. Usually I like to have more structure than that. Control V. Sorry, I haven't seen the chat yet. Y'all give me a second. I'm just seeing it now. I like to have a lot more structure. I feel a lot more comfortable when I got all my pieces. It's still tedious because I got to place them together and let the Father guide me and everything. But this is a mess. I'm gonna just let y'all know. I'm like, oh, I'd like to be a lot more structured than this. But let the Most High's will be done. All right. Shalom, everybody worldwide. I'm just seeing the chat, trying to scroll up a little. Sister Phyllis Richards, daughter of Yahshua Mashiach. All right. And oh, Wristfly, good. I'm glad you're here. This is what you're gonna get a lot of your answers tonight, Wristfly, right? So a lot of the answers, a lot of the questions that you guys have and have asked, all you have to do is be still, and I guarantee you most of it will be answered right in this lesson. So you have to allow me to get through it, and if I don't, by the time this is over and you're still awake, then you can ask it and I could try to answer, but more than likely it'll be answered in the next part of the series, right? Because Yah is complete, right? Kalala Yah is the word completion in Habar Yah. And everything that he does, you have to give it time to manifest, right? So there's words, Habariyah words that you're going to learn, original pictograph Habariyah. I'm going to actually show it on the screen. I'm going to show the difference between the Aramaic. You know how they say Jesus spoke Aramaic? I'm going to show because we're going to Greece, we're going to Rome, we're going to history. We're opening up the scrolls, the history books, and we're going to rightly divide, and I'm going to show you what was hidden, what was glossed over, what was corrupted, all right? What was stolen. But the Most High said he restores, yeah, to the remnant. All right. Thank you, Marariya. All right. Shalom, Stefania. Let me add my brothers and sisters to the stage. Shalom, Hakyama. Shalom, Elder Yaya Zayan. And Yanapa. Shalom, Yashiyaha, Ahavaya, and family and the babies. All right. Shalom, children of Yah. Here we go. Hakyama, I want you to let me know, and everybody in the chat, and y'all interrupt me. Let me know when there's, see, I don't know how far this is gonna reach tonight because of the title. You know, I don't know if we're gonna get, but let me know when we get past 75 people, right? 75. When we get to 75 people on this live, then I'm gonna start this part of the teaching. I'm gonna just stop where I'm at and I wanna teach this part. I'm trying to teach this part when it's like the most people. Right? Because I don't know how far it's going to get. I don't know if they're going to let us get to 80, 90, 100. I don't know, right? But usually we should get about 75, right, on a Friday. So when we get to 75 on the live stream, then you interrupt me, let me know, and then I'll start this part because I want most people, I want y'all to hear this. I want people to learn this part, all right? Because there are things that we picked up on the path, on the Dalayat, on our journey, on the way back to the truth that we are holding on to, and it's actually transgression and sin, and it's causing us harm. It will cause us a lot of harm. There's a grace covering us, but the Most High doesn't call us to stay in ignorance. He calls us to shed old wine, right? Empty the wineskin. But a lot of people are holding on to old wine, and you will be judged for it. So my job is to show you, reveal, and teach you, because if you don't know, then you're destroyed for that lack of knowledge, right? And there's things fighting against you. And then some people are holding on to that from what's the name? Who that? Somebody coming in? Hold on, let me let the sister in. Shalom, Yashala, 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 Yah. Yashala Yah. Shalom, Yashala Yah. Shalom, daughter of Yah. All right. So now we here we go. All right, so how I'm gonna start this, Father. All right. Let me start with do I start here? No. Let me start with this statement first. I got a statement first. Hold on, let me start here. Do I want to start there or here? No, I'm going to start here. Let me start with this statement. So I got to go over here. You know, that's going to be bright. Yeah, it's okay. So I'm going to come back to that. So I got to remember the syllabic. I got to remember that because that's going to be very important when I get to teach y'all the objects, okay? The objects. Oh, there we go. That's the part. Thank you, y'all. So when 72 or 75 or more, when 75 people get here, I'm gonna go to there. All right. So where is my not there. I think it's here. Oh yeah, it's here. Followers of the way. Okay. So tonight's lesson, let me hold on, let me make that how the Christian Bible was written, Greeks and Egypt. All right. So first of all, let me get the elephant out the room. Let me let me take care of the elephant in the room. And that is to go share screen and Yeshala. Dope name. Powerful name. Very, very, very powerful Habariyah name. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. This got to be the elephant in the room. Because this is, I wasn't sure if they was going to let me put this up or not. This looks crazy. I know. Wait. If y'all, I know this had to be some type of elephant. Hold on. Let me make it a little bigger. Let me make, hopefully they don't, I mean, it's not no, this ain't pornography and nothing. This is actually true history. This is insane. It's crazy. This will come out. So now, the thumbnail says, the Christian Bible written, right? And the title is How the Christian Bible Was Written, Greeks in Egypt. Now, for some of y'all, the elephant in the room is, y'all seen this? Y'all see this image? Now, I'm not sure y'all, not sure if y'all was able to zoom in, but it's a lot of mess going on in this image. Y'all, the funny thing is y'all would have no idea, shout out to Brother Run Rock, to understand this has something to do with Christianity and the religion. It's funny because they don't even call this Ashtaroth or Shira. Y'all gonna learn something else tonight. Who this is, this new, but that's who she is, right? They just changed her name later, right? But that's not who this is, not y'all. It's crazy work. Now look at this image at the top. I think that's like a serpent or something, right? Let's look at the stuff around it. All right, let me tell y'all a little bit of who this is. This is who they call the Queen Mother, the goddess. We're going to go there. Y'all going to find out. But later, this is still Ashera, Ashtaroth, and all that, but this wasn't what they was calling her. This culture of people was not calling her. Yep, this is the Mother of Heaven. Absolutely, that's who this is, Rishfla. All right? This is going to the Greek creating Christianity. Are we going somewhere? Y'all hold on. Let's walk this out. All right? I just got to do the thumbnail. Now look at that. Now y'all remember the Ashera, Ashtaroth, the ancient other ones that always had her holding her things, right? Look. You see this? Now these are supposed to be her babies. Right? Now the ancients, we're going to get there. Yeah, this will be Inanna later. But this is, so yeah, but this, she's not called this. So you got to remember, through different times, they didn't call them. This is a whole different, but she is the same. Now let me scroll past that. Look at the other side. So look, see how she's holding this baby? These are babies, right? And then, you know, they got her boobs out, right? With the, it looks like those African things in the earlobes or these type of earrings, right? Now, look, she got tattoos, markings on her arm, but this is the crazy one. When I'm like, I didn't zoom in, so now I'm zooming in with y'all. I just seen it, so I don't know what I'm about to see right now. Just so y'all know, I don't know what I'm about. I didn't zoom in, right? But now we about to. Look what's down by the vajayjay. Y'all see that? Another baby, and I guess it's coming out the vajayjay or something. I don't know, right? See her feet? I don't know. So I guess it's the giving birth, right? This is the Queen of Heaven. This is the Mother. This is what, and we're going to go there, right? That's why I put this image of the lady looking, because I'm like, all right? Now, I've never seen this image before. This was part of the journey of me doing my research. This is one of the rabbit holes. And I'm like, oh my God. And this got something to do with the creation of Christianity. This goddess, all right? Oh, I got the other thing. Oh, that's in one of the, hold on, let me see. Do I got it open? No. So that's in one of these. I got so much. Let me find that and double click it, right? Just in case I almost remembered something because it's but I know it's in one of the things. That's why I said I'm asking the Father to help me really get through this because I have so much to bring out. It could come out in part 2 and 3, but I miss things sometimes. I'm like, I could have did that with this and that could have came out here, and it's just so much, man. It would be easy if I had a video, if I could do a video. All right, so where is that one? It's not that. I know I screenshotted it. Oh, there go another. Okay, so that's her. All right, so good. Since we on her, let me see. Let me. I didn't even know I had that. See, that's what I meant. I got so much. Okay, I gotta remember that. All right. Okay, go that. I gotta remember that. So let me click. Let me click this one. Okay, that's Alexander. We'll get to him later. All right, good. I got that. Now I know where that's at when I get to that. Okay. All right. Then there she go. So we're gonna we'll let me just show her since I'm talking about her. All right. All right. And then let me see. Let me go. What's after her? Okay, I can show. I'll show that one later. All right, because we're gonna get to that later. I don't want to get ahead. So we're on her. So let me show her now. Let me go. Let me go to stop share. Right. Let's break down who she is. Right. How do I stop share? Stop. Okay, that stopped it. Thank you. Share screen. Share. Window. Bang. Share. So that y'all have more understanding. This is who that is. A mother goddess is a major goddess that's characterized as a mother or progenitor, either as an embodiment of motherhood and fertility or fulfilling the cosmological role of a creator and or destroyer figure, typically associated the earth, sky, and or the life-giving bounties. Now, you're going to find out that there were cultures that did mother goddess worship. All right? And we're going to break this down. And this is the mother goddess that they worshiped. All right? All right. So now, let's get started. All right? Let's get started. Let me come back. Do I want to put what do I want to put up? Do I want to put, let me put the thumbnail back up for a second. Right? Stop share. How do I do it? Stop share. They did that, no. Share. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. Now let me make her back regular size. There we go. That's the thumbnail. I can see a little bit of the chat. I don't want to see how many is on the live. That's distracting. All right. All right. So I can see a little bit of the chat. I hope they leave it like that. That would be nice. All right. Now, let me go click that. Oh, because I opened all that stuff up. Okay, move it up. There we go. All right. And then I want to go to, I'm going to start the teaching here. So first thing I want to teach y'all something is that Christianity is, okay, so the Bible says at Antioch, they first called them Christian. The Romans did. They called the followers of the way Christian. What that is called, Christianity, is an exonym. All right. You have an exonym and an endonym. An exonym is a name given by outsiders. An exonym is a name that outsiders call you. So they called us black. They called us Igor. They called us exonyms. An endonym is a name which you give yourself, the people, a people group. So a nation will call themselves. So the followers of the Messiah were called Talmadayam ha-Dalayat, followers of the Dalayat, the way. They were never called Christians. They never called themselves Christians. The Romans gave them this exonym. It was a slur. All right. Now, the Hebrew word for disciple or follower is tamayad. Okay? It means more than a student. It's one who will emulate the actions, the way of life, not just the knowledge, but would follow, be in the image. That's tamal dayan. All right? Tamaya dayan. Sorry. And that is followers of the is ha, and way, the way is dalayat. They were Hebrew men and they spoke Hebrew. In Antioch, which is a Roman empire, Syrian stronghold where they conquered Syria, and they called them this exonym, Christian. I'll break it down later. I'm in the we just getting started. We in the beginning. So they were first called Christians, this exonym, in the city of Antioch around 40 AD. All right. So that's in the book of Acts and what they call the New Testament. All right. It was used by the non-believers. It was used by the Roman army. It was used to mock the followers of the Messiah. Okay. Before this, they were referred to as Talmadayan ha-Dalayat. All right. All right. And disciples, Talmadayans. All right. Now, the name was first applied in Antioch. All right. And I broke down on the other one around the time when Barnabas and them came in to around 40 AD, 42 AD, right? Now, the assembly was started by a group of the followers of the way that dispersed to Antioch, fleeing the persecution of them in Yara Shalayam. Yara Shalayam is Jerusalem.
Excuse me, a 75.
Praise Yah. Thank you. Yara Shalayam is the word Jerusalem. Now, I'm about to teach y'all. Thank you. It's a perfect timing too. All right. I'm explaining why the language is so important. When you say the word Jerusalem, that's Jeru and Salem. This is an English word. These were Habariya people, and their language is a language of spirits. Each Adiyat letter is a spirit that fights. It's alive and breathing. So the name Jerusalem in Habariya is Yara Shalayam. Now, let me explain. Yara Shalom or Shalayam. Yara Shalom. Now, what that means is Yara means the reverence, the respect, the authority, and the love of the Most High. Yara, they transliterate it. They'll write it in the chat. They transliterate that to the word fear, but it can't be transliterated to fear. It doesn't mean stress, anxiety, worry. Like that's why the Bible says fear the Most High all through the Bible. That's the word Yara. Now listen, that's why it also says do not fear that's not of the Most High. People would think that's a contradiction, right? They would think that's a contradiction because they don't understand the tongue and the language of the Habariya people. Okay? The Tamadayan Hadalayat, the followers of the way that spoke Habarayah, Shalya'al, the Messiah, Mashaya, Moses, all of them. This is their book. Now, so that's why when people think it's like fear the Most High, fear not, and then you'll see another part of scripture says fear not, that's not of the Most High. You're like, what? This is full of contradiction. No, it's not. You just don't understand the tongue. That fear doesn't, that's stress, anxiety, that's dark. Yara, which they transliterated as fear, means to have reverence. Understand when it says fear the Most High with all your heart, mind, and soul. Have reverence of his authority, respect, and ahabaya, love of the Most High. Yara. So the Habariya word Yara means respect and love and reverence of the Most High. And the word Shalayam or Shalom means peace and blessings. So, of the Most High, right? Shalom, shalom. So when you take the name Yara Shalom, which was the city, right? Jerusalem, where they transliterated Yara Shalom, it means the peace and blessings of the Most High, peace and blessings and respect and reverence of the Most High, peace and blessings and love of the Most High, the peace and blessings of love of the Most High. That was the name of the city. The reverence and respect and the blessings of the Most High. See, when you read right to left or left to right, but it's originally read right to left. So you got Yara Shalom, that means peace and blessings of the Most High, the reverence and respect. Peace, blessings, and reverence and respect the Most High. That was the name of the city. Okay? So it's a difference. So they were fleeing persecution in Yerushalayim because the Messiah came to point a new way. Okay? Because they were following the Pharisees and the Sadducees, meaning they became followers of Moses, the Mosaic laws, and the Messiah came and they were following loopholes in those laws, and they were degrading to more sin and iniquity and atoning and killing animals and for sin while they committing all type of sin. And the Messiah came, the Messiah came to do away with the atoning and the killing and the slaughter of the innocent animals and give them repentance so each man will be held accountable for their own salvation. You understand? And they didn't like that way. The rich, right? The powerful, the authority, the Pharisees, the scribes, the Sadducees. You understand? They didn't like this way because the money, right? The money is in the control, and they could control you with all these laws. So they kept making more. It was 613. They was adding to the laws. They just kept adding and adding and adding, making it harder for the people so the people can transgress. It reminds me of the slavery, Jim Crow and stuff, when they kept making laws, black laws, to have us become criminals so that they can control us and send us back into slavery, right? So the authorities, the riches, the authorities, the religious, the heads, they didn't like the Messiah's new way of accountability, because then that means they would lose their authority. They would have to lower themselves, you understand, and stop heaping themselves up to be like idol worship and everything, right? They would have to lower themselves so they can serve the people. But they didn't want that. They wanted to stay in power. Do you understand? Now, someone asked before, what was the wish people, the converts, doing? This is around the time, guys, of Matthew 27, when they said, put the blood on us and our children, right? When the Romans, right? When the Hebrews, right? The tribe of Judah, this is before some JEWS. There's no such thing as that at this time. No such word. They are from the tribe of Yaada, from the city of Yahadiah, Judea. That's how you transliterate that. It's Yaadaya, Yaadaya. And they were called Yads for short. From the tribe of Yaada is the tribe of Judah. See, that's English transliteration. All right. So now they were from the city of Yahadiah, right? And the promise of Yarashalam. Now, the tribe of Yaada in the city, the Romans had already conquered Yarashalam, the Romans, the gangsters. I want y'all to remember through this study, the Romans are the gangsters of this whole history thing. I used to think it was the Greeks. Oh, no, it ain't. It's the Romans. The Romans, the Romans is gang. I'll explain. Now, the Romans had already conquered it, right? So that's where you get the dude, what's his name? I think it's Pilate, the one who was like, listen, I ain't killing this man. Right? I think that was Pilate, right? His wife said, don't you, she had a dream, don't you, this man innocent, right? And the Hebrews following the Pharisees. Now this time the Pharisees, everybody was black. This before the converts, they were there. Now let me explain this part and then I'm gonna get, because I know it's over 70 people. They were there. A lot of people want to know this part about the actual biblical history and actually what was really happening. And we've been lied to. We've been lied to, right? That's the theme in tonight's lesson, that we've been lied to, right? It's so much a theme. I put this together right here. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. Right? That's going to come out so much tonight. I put that together for us, right? A little baby young. But we've been lied to, right? So now what happened in, because I know a lot of people like, well, what was the wish people? Now, let me explain. They were there. They called these the Khazars and stuff, right? But at this point, they weren't in control. What they were doing, they're really wise, right? No disrespect, but they called them the serpent people all through Europe and everything, right? They got ran out of everywhere they went, right? They would take the identity, assume the identity of a people, conquer them, take them over. They were gang too. They were gang, right? Now they were there, and what they was doing was soaking up. You could like leeching. They were soaking up they were soaking 109 what? Oh, sorry. They were soaking up, let me say focus, the information. So any people around, any person on earth, any nation of people can be grafted in to the children of Abraham, the children of Jacob, the children of Isaac, Abraham, Yasak, and Yaakov, right? We were called to receive every nation, kindred, and tongue, and we were called to lower ourselves, the descendants, and lead them to righteousness, to the Most High. All right. So anyone can be received, and you could be grafted in. Right. There was no converting. There was a grafting in. So they were there, and they got received in Jerusalem as they came from Europe, from the Huns and the Attila and them ran them out. Like they came from Kazakhstan, all these, right? So now, they were very violent, very, very, they call them the serpent people. There was no joke, right? So they were there and they were received. And what they would do, they've done this all through Europe. So what they did, they came amongst, and they came very wise. They came meek and humble. We come to receive, we come to put down our pagan gods, and we want to receive the Most High. And so our ancestors taught them. So they were there scribing, meaning writing and learning the ways, learning the language, learning the attributes, learning the blessings, the promises. They were there emulating, okay? Emulating and learning, but they weren't in power. But they were growing in their election, and they were secretly having their own assemblies, and they were secretly gathering as much intel and knowing that what the scripture says, that if we get them to curse themselves, they knew they had the scripture tells that this people are stiff-necked and stubborn and hard-headed. And they knew that if they would just learn as much and bide their time, and also initiate. It's the same thing they done through World War One, World War Two, right? Same thing COINTELPRO, right? What we do, we go in, infiltrate. We say to this group that this group was talking about you. We tell this group that they was. We play them divide and conquer amongst one another while we gather the power, while we gather the information. They was biding the time that they would replace us. Okay? Very brilliant, very dark, but brilliant. They know the Bible. They know if we get them to curse themselves. So they were like supporters around the time. And secretly in the ears of the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Come on, Pharisees, you are these Sadducees, these scribes ain't got nothing on you. Come on, Howard Washington, you could be president, Howard Washington. There's basically, you the man, right? You the man, right? While secretly having assemblies, all right? And plotting to take the identity. That's what they've done. And rename themselves. They did it all. They even did it in America. Go to Hollywood. Go everything. Go. You'll see. They did everywhere they went. All right. No disrespect, just truth. So this is what they were doing at that time. They had all the robes, right? They were like apprentices for Pharisee. And they were very studious, very smart, very humble, very servitile, but there was an agenda. That's all a ruse. It was all a stage. It was all a play. All right. And so while the original Hebrews, the blacks, right? So they were on the side becoming, that's what it is, becoming very wise and becoming baby Pharisees, but knowing that we're going to get them to curse themselves because they don't realize what we're doing. Like you have a fox in a hen house. You have a wolf in sheep's clothing, and you don't see past the clothing. So it's just a matter of time before we bite you. There's a snake you get what I'm saying? So it was brilliant. So they were in the background instigating, but all the while growing more and more powerful. In their wisdom, their election, they know of our language, culture, our scriptures, right? So so at the time of Matthew 27, where they said, give us Barabbas, right? When Pontius Pilate put him on the stage and everything, he said, this man is innocent. All the people in the crowd were black, tribe of Judah, Yads. There's no J-E-W. This before Judaism. That I'm explaining. Let me walk this down a little bit, and then I'm gonna get to what I need to go. You need to understand this part because I want y'all to understand a timeline of what was happening. Because later we're gonna get this. Ain't no Christianity. Y'all understand that? There's no such thing as Christianity at this point. What I'm talking about, it didn't exist yet. The Greeks did not create this yet. All right. Now, so at the time of Matthew 27, when Pontius Pilate had them, the Messiah, they arrested him, they had him and Barabbas. Barabbas was the Debo, a graper, a Debo, a murderer, an unaliver, and they had him and Barabbas, right? And Pontius Pilate in Rome was like, man, this is crazy. Y'all about to, right? He's like, I ain't got nothing to do with this. So our ancestors, the black, this is how we got cursed. For every other nation, the black people. They said, unalive him, this innocent man, because they wanted to keep the laws from the Pharisees. They was following the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the scribes because they wanted to keep writing more laws of Moses to control the people. And the Messiah was taking the control away from them. He called them hypocrites. He called them, you are of your father, the devil, meaning that's who you're serving. You are wicked. You are hypocrites. You understand? Now, this was the actual black Pharisees he was talking to. History has lied. They make y'all think that these were those Uish. The Uish were there, but they were on the sidelines. They didn't have the power. They were actually orchestrating a lot of it behind. It's like playing chess. Come on, Elder Yahya Zan. They was moving chess pieces while in the background, right? They were striking with hiding the hand, right? Knowing that once if this plays out the way they're designing the stage, they will be left in charge, and the children of Yasharal, the real Yads, will be going into captivity. The Bible says it. They took over. All right, it happened. We went into Babylonian captivity. And Rishfly, that's when they became that's when they took over the identity, because we were in slavery. We were taken away and they were left, and they became the Pharisees and the Sadducees. And then they scribed books. They was all the time in their secret assemblies, they was following the Babylonians, the Amorites, the Akkadian language tongue. So that's why they created the Babylonian Talmud and the Mishnah. And that's where this religion they created called Judaism came about. And that's when the EW and Ish and all those things, okay? This is where, because the originals were in, we was with Nebuchadnezzar in that's the book of Daniel in that's Meshach, Shazak, and Abednego. No, Azariah, Hananiah, and Mayaka, all were their names. The 3 Hebrew men, not boys. Daniel, they tried to change his name to what's his name? Belshazzar, right? Taking Yah's name off. This, everyone, is the time. This is how this happened. So when our ancestors was foolishly following the black Sadducees and Pharisees, which had the convertites in their ear on the side, let's go, hell, Washington, you the man, you do this, man. They was right. They were like they servants, but they was too foolish and prideful. Our ancestors, the black Pharisees and Sadducees, to realize they're not serving you. They're actually going to steal. They come to steal, kill, and destroy. You about to lose, dude. You need to lower yourself and humble, but they wasn't. They were too prideful. And they was pumping. What do they call it? Instigators, pushing batteries, Duracells in their back. You know what I'm talking about. They putting batteries in their back, right? So when Pilate was saying, this man is innocent, our ancestors following after the Pharisees, the black Pharisees, and the converts, they were there. They were amongst the crowd. They just on the outskirts. They gathered together and they just watching, right? How this play out. And the powerful ones is talking to the Pharisees. Yeah. Unlock them. Yeah. We right? Knowing that they know that if we get them, if we can instigate them to complete this act. Listen. Oh, y'all listen clearly. If we can get these Hebrews, tribe of Judah, Ya'ads, from Yarashalam, Jerusalem, from the city of Yahadiah, Judea, these Yads, the majority. Now, the small amount that was following the Messiah were called Tamadayam Hadalayat, the followers of the Messiah. They were being persecuted. They were being unalived. Stephen, Peter, Paul, they were being unalived, all right? This is black on black violence, black on black crime. That's what this is. It's a black history book. We're gonna get to Christianity in a second. We're gonna get there. Let me walk this down. This is black on black crime at the highest level. All right. So now it reminds me of the Black Lives Matter with the Antifa. Y'all remember when they was making everybody think it's black, and they was putting on costumes and hoodies and everything, and it actually wasn't black people bombing the stuff. Oh, there ain't nothing new under the sun, the same devices. And the funny thing is, who was behind that? Who was behind Black Lives Matter? The same imposters. Nothing new under the sun. All right, let me continue. And don't put it in the chat. We don't want to get striked. Now, let me finish this so I can go on. So in Matthew 27, when they had the Messiah on the stage, I just said, don't put it, wrist fly. Y'all remove that. Somebody remove that. All right. Now, it's okay, young king. Now, when they said the Roman asked them, Pontius Pilate said, I'm washing my hands of this. I am not going to send this innocent man. And he said, what do you want? Do you want to free this innocent man? And they said, no, give us Barabbas. Free the murderer, the unaliver, the rapist, the Debo, who we all shook and scared of over the Messiah who never hurt nobody. The black people, our ancestors. And now this is where they really messed up for us. Hakyama put it on the screen. In the book of Matthew, they said to Pontius Pilate, to the Romans who ran it, let the blood of him be on us and our children. Because the Romans said, his blood ain't about to be on. He listened to his wife, smart man. His wife told him, don't you do nothing, have nothing to do with this man. Something is up. I done had a dream. This man is anointed. This is a Messiah. Messiah means a deliverer, a savior, an anointing. That was his title, Messiah. Okay? Not no Christ. This ain't Christos. We ain't get there yet. This ain't got nothing to do with the Greeks ain't stuff in yet. All right? Well, anyway, with them, we'll get there. With them making this Bible, making the Christianity religion. Okay? Now, the Romans, they said, we're not going to have nothing to do with this. The blood of this man is not going to be on us. Right? Now, our ancestors, the blacks, tribe of Yaada, the Yads, said, let his blood be on us and our children. So let this act of us in agreement on one accord, that means ahayad. Ahayad means one, the oneness in the Hebrew. The Bible speaks of that, all right? Oneness, ahayad, to be one with. That's the Messiah said, I am one with my Father. Me and my Father, ahayad. We supposed to be one with the Father, ahayad. Likeness, image, character, one. Ahayad is one of the most powerful words in the whole Hebrew alaf bayat. The whole Hebrew language, lashayan, is ahayad. We ought to be ahayad, one with the Father, oneness. That's why it says, in the beginning was the word was with Yah, the word was ahayad. Not word was Yah. It was ahayad, one with Yah, the barayah. In the beginning was the barayah, and the barayah was with Yah. So I said it was with him, and the barayah was ahayad, one with the Father. All right, that's the word in Habariyah, the barayah. Now, they did it on one accord. They was ahayad. And they said, let the blood of this innocent man, we gonna unalive him, be on us and our children, thus cursing their descendants. Some of us. Now, and then with that act, that's what I need y'all to understand, everyone, wrist fly. Imagine the convertites, the ones who come to steal that identity. Can you imagine? I know they didn't do it. Can you imagine them giving high fives like it is done? You know that scripture say it is done? they was like, cha-ching, it's done. They are over with. Oh no, they are very wise. They were smart. What does the Bible says about the serpent? The dragon. Wise, looking who to devour. It tells us to be wise as what? Right, Zaziyah? Wise as what? A serpent. Because we can lose our wisdom, especially with pride. Especially we the people of the book. We the this, and I'm melanin, and I curled hair, and then, and we y'all special people. We the chosen, all that crap. It's true, long as you don't make that an idol. Long as you know that that election was for you to serve and not be served. That's when Messiah said, I come to serve and not be served. You see? But so don't think that those convertites, they called them the serpent people. Y'all have to understand what they called them all through. They got ran out of everywhere they went because there is no joke. They will take your whole city, continent, country, but the craziest part, they will assume your identity and become you. They will take everything and then take all your powers and all your God and then become you and replace you like you never existed and then move on and keep. Oh, it's crazy. It's like Pac-Man. They go around eating people. They went around eating nations of people. Right? Shout out to any remnant of this lineage that was able to repent, because there are of every nation, kindred, and tongue. So we don't want to be foolish like people in pride do and foolishly broad stroke all of them. There is a remnant even of that nation of people. There's a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people that will stand before the Messiah at the judgment in the Shamayam. That's the Bible. Either you believe it or you don't, the truth. All right, now let's go. I wanted to give that understanding because a lot of people have that question. They've been asking me for years. So when did the wish people, where were they at when this was going? That's what they were there. That word is truth. Yeah, they like Pac-Man. They just run around eating, eating everybody. They eat everything. They ain't nothing to play with. Right? You'd be like, boo. You know, Pac-Man used to make that sound. Yeah. Nations and kingdoms. All right. That's why everywhere they go, they kicked them out. But they tried to make it seem like it was because they were innocent or something. No, that ain't the history. All right. So anyway, all right. So now y'all have an understanding of that time. So then after our ancestors, Matthew 27 said, put the blood on us and our children. That's when the door opened. See, these are portals, Dalayah. Understand something. Our ancestors confided in one accord. That's Ahayad. They confided with one to unalive the only Ya'ad, son of the Creator. The one who sacrificed to come down from the Shamayam. We all came from the Shamayam too. He came down to lead us. That's the Lamayad. To be the door, that's the Dalayat, to be the path, that's the Dalayat, to help us to Gamayal walk on the path back to the Father, to salvation. That's his name. He was the Dabarayah in the spirit realm, the word that the Most High spoke things. Our ancestors said we're going to unalive the Dalayat, the Barayah, the word. The word. Bro, for those who don't understand, it's so many levels. This, if you can take your human attribution and put it on the Most High, this would be the most angry you would probably see him at us, his children, with the free will that we choose. Even from Adam, even us transgressing him over and over. If you can imagine the Most High's, if he were to have anger. See, these physical attributions we put, like jealous, anger, I'm a jealous, aliyah, and all that, these are things just so we can understand them in our physical senses. The Most High is. That's ayah. Ayah is I am. Hayah is I be, or I exist, or he is. That's what he said to Mashayah, Moses, when he said, what did he tell the people? Ayah. Ayah, Asha, Ayah. I am who I am. I exist. Tell him Hayah. That means tell him I am, I be, he exists. That's why his name is Yah. He is Yah. Yah exists. Yah be, he be Yah. The Yahweh is the Wav. That's later when Mashiach came. The Vav. We'll get that. Y'all learn that later. You got to know the tongue to even understand. Here we go. Now, if you can understand probably every Malayak, angel, Sabaoth, heavenly host, the whole council, and all the workers in the Shemayah, everybody, you know how the record scratch? I know the Rayak Hayakadash, the Holy Spirit must have been like, oh my goodness, no, they didn't. No, children. The Holy Spirit must have been like, let me go try it. I bet you the Holy Spirit was like, I'm not about to go talk to Yah. I'm not. Nah. I need to not get in the way of this. Yah's Hayah. Hayah is the breath. This is the fifth Adiyat letter of our original tongue, Habarayah. Hayah is the breath that was breathed into us. Yah's breath probably so this is why this curse was it was the worst that could be done. But the start of it was, after that, they would go into captivities. So after this act, they went into a captivity, a slavery, and that's when the convertites took over. And that's when the full replacing the identity, that's when you get all of this ooh-ish and ish, right? Not quite, right? And changing the yards to oohs and all of that. And whitewashing and taking it, right? And become, now you know doggone well those people was never in Egypt in slavery because they couldn't have been. Because they would have, the sun would have unalived them the first couple of days. Like, what you got, like a day? 1 day, and then you got 10-degree burns. You wouldn't be out there again. Give them 2 days, they'd be goop soup. They'd be flesh soup. You'd be unalive from the sun. So right, that's all right. So now you have an understanding of a timeline and how that actually occurred. And then once they took over and we in the captivity, we was going from captivity to captivity, and they took the identity language and we became a byword and proverb lower. And all right, now let me go to this part. Since I told her, tell me when 72. I went a little long, but it's okay. I wanted to explain because that's been a lot of people's question. Now, Christianity is an exonym. It was a name given by the Romans. Now, let me explain how important this is. Where did I put it? It's down here. No. It's over here. Not my linear. Let me go over. I'm going to teach y'all that. That's when we get to the Greek. It's Hebrew. There it goes. This one. No, is it? No, it's the syllabic. All right? Because there is, I'm ahead of myself. All right, let me just do it this way. I'll get back to it. We're going to get to the origin of them creating Christianity. All right? That's going to take too long. So I'll come back to that. Sorry. I'm trying to get a bridge to let y'all understand the syllabic tongue. That before, the original Habariya tongue, the Afro-Asiatic Canaanite group of languages, the Afro-Asiatic language was a group of all consonants, no vowels. Okay? So the first syllabic was the Greek. So I was gonna get there. How am I gonna get there? Because there's so much I gotta bring out. And that's when I break down when they created. But I got the original creation of who they were and how they got their language from. All right? All right, let me do it this way. I'm going to just do it this way. Let's just do it. Christianity is an exonym, which is a name given by outsiders. The Romans called them that. The followers of the way were never Christian. But there's another word that's an exonym. This is one that'll probably be a mind blow to everyone worldwide. There is no such thing as Christianity before the Romans gave them this slur. The Romans called them that. The followers of the way, the Tamadam Hadarayat, the black tribe of Judah following the Messiah. Okay? The Savior, the deliverer. Now, guess who else? Guess what else was never a word? The word, the people, Greek, was never a word. This is going to be a head blown emoji. Guess who named the Greeks Greek? Yo. This is crazy stuff right here. There was no such thing as a Greek ever in history. That ain't their name. That ain't what they called themselves. They called themselves Hellenes. Have you ever heard the term Hellenist? Are we going somewhere? Y'all gonna learn. Y'all get your thinking caps on. Ayashia. Abriya. Guess who called them Greek? All right. Yo, the Romans are the gangsters. Y'all, by the end of this study, y'all gonna realize the Romans are the true gangsters. The Romans went around naming everybody bywords and proverbs, slurs. The Romans called them Greeks. It's an exonym. For all the Greek people in that, I would never call myself that. The funny thing is, this is how my people get destroyed for a lack of knowledge. They don't study their history. Now, y'all, they don't go back and find out your people, you were never Greek. That was actually a slur. Now, listen, the term Greek is an exonym. Now, I'm going to give y'all some history, and then I'm going to come back later when I go to how the Hellenes and who they were before they got the title Hellenes. That's why it was the Hellenistic world, the Hellenist age. They were Hellenes. They were never Greek. Now listen clearly. Now, Rome is very diabolical. Now I'm about to give y'all some head blown emoji. That's why I said I want to wait till it's a lot of people here. Y'all learn, listen clearly. Y'all gonna get some history, and you can go and study and show it, but you're gonna have to pull back layers. But now you got a foundation where to start. The Greeks, before, they were in clans. Well, the Hellenes. Let me explain. This before the Romans called them Greeks. And so they were Hellenes forever, right? I'm going to walk y'all to their foundation for the Aegean people, okay? They come from the Cretians, okay? I'm getting a little ahead because I'm like, should I break that down first, or should I just stay here? Because the Aegean world, all right? They come from the Aegean world, all right? They come from the Cycladic Islands. I'm going to break this down. I'm going to show y'all too. Then they come from the Cretes, from the Minoan culture, right? Their script from the Minoans was linear A, okay? First, they came with Cycladic Islands. I'm going to show y'all, I'm going to break it down. But later, their language became linear B. And I'm going to show y'all all what this means. And they became the Mycenaeans. Okay, Homer called them the Achaeans. They were Mycenaean first. Now these, where they come from, were blacks. The island of Crete and the Minoan civilization, I'm going to show you pictures. They later now whitewashed them to be white, but I'm going to show you the original Minoans. Guess who drew the original Minoans, everybody? Guess who drew them on their walls and their caves? The Egyptians, because the Egyptians took them they fought with them. So the Egyptians, and I'm going to show you the pictures. Y'all know The Egyptians drew the original Minoans from the island of Crete, the Cretians. Y'all remember the last one? Shayal was talking about the Cretians, the originals. They were blacks. And they had a language called Linear A. It's called Cretan hieroglyphs. We're going to get there. Now, these people came to the island, but these people were mixed. We're going to go somewhere. These people came and they took over the culture of the Minoans. I'm going to show y'all on the screen. And it became the Mycenaean, right? And they created from the Linear A, Cretan hieroglyphs, they created Linear B, which became the language of Hellenes. This before the Romans ever. There's no Greek. There was no such thing as Greek. I'm explaining what Greek means and why the Romans called them that. All right? Later. All right? So, now, with a little bit of that, we're going to come back to that. I'm going to break down the whole Aegean world. It's a civilization of interconnected societies that traded, intermarried, and influenced one another. And they had three main cultures. The Cycladic Islands from 3000 to 2000, from 2000 BC to 3000. Then the Minoan Cretans from 1450 BC to 3000. And then the Mycenaeans from 11,000 BC to 1600. All right. So we're going to go back. We're going to come back to that. Let me go a little forward because I want to teach y'all something. I got a, now y'all, head blown emoji. Everybody listen clearly. Now, the Hellenes or the Mycenaeans, before, now that, it's going to be hard because you're so used to saying Greek. And so I'm going to say Greek, but we got to learn to stop saying those words because that's who they were. It's hard because history has brainwashed us all to just think Greek, Greek, Greek. And when they do that, you replace who the people really were. That's actually a slur. You're calling them an igger. Honestly, the Romans are nasty. All right. So these were, even Homer, he called them the Achaeans. I'm going to show y'all the Achaeans, but they were the Hellenes. Now, before they became the Hellenes, that's Linear B, they were actually following the, and I'm going to show y'all the thing. I'm going to show y'all receipts. They were following the Minoans, and it became, so the Mycenaean age took over from the Minoans. And this, when the people became Mycenaean, and they followed a god named Helen. I'm going to teach y'all who that god is. This is where you get Hellenists from. And they conquered the whole world. The Hellenists, under the god Helen. All right, now, let me go back. The Mycenaeans, who the Romans called the Greeks, they were in clans. Clans. Yes, hell. You already see it, Restfly. They brought hell to the whole world, and they have a god called Hades. Remember, this is polytheistic. Their God. We going there. Y'all willing? It's only 10:30. I got enough time to get a lot of this done. Then we got to do another part because I got so much to uncover. Okay, we going all over the place. We got to go everywhere. But y'all willing? He gonna guide this tonight. Let y'all cook, right? Yes, hell, and that's what they brought you. Hell everywhere they went. All right. Now, yes, that's the underworld god Hades. Right. Now, let me explain. The Mycenaeans, which later became the Hellenes, that's what they were, the Hellenes, and the Romans called them the Greeks much later. They were in clans, clans, which they called dems, right? The singular, demes. The singular is demos. It reminds me of demons, but we don't want to do semantics and rhetorical, right? We want to, right? But listen clearly. Y'all learning now. Listen clearly. They were in clans, and they were called dim. They called them dims in the Mycenaean language. Demes. The singular is demos, and the plural is demoi. Demoi is the plural. This is where we get the English word demo or demolition, which meant destruction. So they were a conquering, destroying, destruction bringing people. The Dems. They were in clans when they came to the island of Crete after the Minoan civilization, okay? When it got to the Mycenaeans civilization, these clans showed up. History books tell of this. Now, they were the demos, all right? Yeah, Hades and Dem. That's hilarious, Hakyama, right? That's where we get the English word demolition from, destruction. Now, no, not modern day Samoans. Nope. These were what you would call a white people. All right. Oh, I'm not sure which she's saying. The Mycenaeans might have been. They might have been the modern day Samoans. These clans of demoi, they were what you would call a white people. Let me explain. Now, they were going through. They were clans. This is an ancient time where you had marauding clans of all through Europe, Asia, Spain. Like, you didn't want to get caught. You had to be a powerful tribe or clan or something to survive these savage peoples. People were running savage. All right. So they were working their way through Asia, Europe. Oh my, Indo-Europe was a mess. A lot of savages going on, right? So they made their way to the island of Crete. I'm gonna show you it in a second. Let me do this part, then I'm gonna show you the maps. I'm gonna show you everything so y'all can have the visual for everything I'm saying. I got all this stuff saved, maps and everything, right? Now, so let me walk this down, then I'm gonna get there. Now, when they got to the island of Crete, the Mycenaeans, after the Minoans, they were the Dems. They called themselves the clan of Demos, the Demoi, right? And they were conquerors, and they came to conquer. But, so they settled there, and they conquered a section, but they wasn't, let me explain, they wasn't as wicked as those other ones that went for the tribe of Judah, those serpent people. They were conquerors, but they wasn't, let me explain, they wasn't completely evil and dark. They actually were able to be civil. They were just conquerors because you had to do that to survive. It's like being in jail. It's like when I was going to prison, I had to become a demo. Otherwise, I won't survive. But inside of me, I'm still a good person. And what I would have known if I was, because I would still be there now, all praise to the Most High. I had 25 to life. He gave me a second chance. Praise Yah. I would have had to establish myself and carve out my position, and then I would have been able to just be regular. But every time something show up, I would still have to put it in because you would have to keep, right? But I wasn't continual evil, but I would have to use, right? So that's the people. Yeah, they use the tools of hell to survive. So these what would become the Greek, what the Romans would call the Greek. Later, they will become the Hellenes. These were the Demoi. They weren't really wicked. They were just conquerors. They was just survivors. This is their foundation. Let me explain. So they came to the island of Crete amongst the Mycenaeans, and then they adapted. These were the blacks. So Crete was a admixture. What's the name? Because the original Cretians were black, the Minoans. I'll show y'all. Egypt drew them. I'm gonna show y'all, right? On the screen. So, and you know, in our culture, we receive. We'll receive you long as you act right, because that's in our nature. And because the Dems weren't just a really wicked, evil people, they was able to be received, and they learned from the Mycenaeans, who now branched. I'm gonna show you on the screen from the Minoan civilization. They became, and they started to learn, and they became more civilized. They got accepted, so they had their own place in the Mycenaean culture. Then came along a group of people that they called, that all of the ancient Asiatic time land feared. There was this group of people. Let me see if I could show y'all it. Let me see, because I got so many. Let me see. There was this group of people. I got the pictures. I don't want to give y'all that. I don't want to. Called the no, that's for the alphabet. That's when they got there. That's the Minoan art. I can show y'all Minoan art, right? That's when I'm gonna show y'all who the Minoans was. They were actually black. I got the images, right? But these people, they called them the sea people. And they were scared. Everyone was scared. The whole ancient world was scared of these people, because these people Egypt went to war with them, right? They call them the sea people, right? Hold on, I know I opened it. I'm gonna show y'all that, but I need to walk this down. Let me see, where do I got that tab at? Oh, there it goes, here. Let me see. That's them, that's the Greeks, that's Mycenaeans, Minoans. I'll get back there. Oh, that's the other Greek. I didn't open it. It's all right. I'll bring it out. I'll show you. It's in one of the things. Now, let me break this down. Listen to this. Now, y'all, this bugged me out. So, these people, right? The Dems, okay? Hold on, let me come back to y'all so I can see the chat. All right. They actually, on the island of Crete, amongst the Mycenaeans, they carved out a place. But then they ran into a people called the sea people, the sea warriors. Thank you, Marawa Yah, for your donation. Thank you, daughter of Yah. Thank you, Risfla. And guess who they were? Naya. Naya, can you guess who these people were? Who would become the Greeks, the Dems, the Demos, the Demoi? They ran into these people that came that was on the island of Crete, that was going everywhere. Let me see if some of y'all can guess who that is. It's gonna be a mind blow. I'm gonna give y'all a second. I'm gonna give you one more couplets. Y'all said the Inky people, no. All right, I'm gonna give it. That's okay. Let's do it. So they said the Vikings, no. So among these ancient islands of Crete and all that, there was these seafaring people. Nope, it's okay, guys. I'm about to say it now. Not the Phoenicians. There was a seafaring people that was conquering everywhere they went and destroying everything. Hakyama, bingo. It was the tribe of Dan. Listen clearly. Everybody listen. Praise the Most High for truth. And I'm going to show y'all with the books. I'm going to show y'all history books. Listen clearly. The Dems, the Demoi, were amongst the Mycenaeans on the island of Crete. And along come Dan, the tribe of Dan, the Danites. Dan came amongst them, conquered them, and made it with them. Let me explain. Dan mixed his seed. Dan was a wild man. Dan, you thought Esau ain't never had nothing on Dan. Dan went and got now Dan was everywhere Dan went, they were shook of Dan. Dan would go in, conquer, go somewhere else. What Dan would do, Dan did this all around the whole world, the tribe of Dan. That's why they got written out of the tribes. Dan would go everywhere. They were a seafaring people, the tribe of Dan. They called them the sea people. They were shook of Dan. I'm going to show y'all with receipts. Give me a second. Now, Dan would go to your island or your land, come amongst you, conquer you, or a section of you. What Dan's goal was to do was come amongst your island, carve out a piece for themselves, then whatever section of your continent, country, island that they take, they will arrest the women, right? They'll destroy the men or whatever, and then mate with the woman and plant their seed there. Dan was insane. Dan would mate with your woman, plant their original Habariyah Dananite seed there, and then they would build a city and would call it a Dan. They always named their cities Danayas, or Danish, and the Dutch, and then they would move on. They would plant it's like what America do. They go and plant a stronghold, and plant an army, and then move on and go somewhere else. Dan did it through the whole world. So now these people, the Demoi, Dan, unfortunately, when Dan made its way to the Mycenaean on the island of Crete, the weakest a group of people of their city was the new Demoi, because they just got established. They were clans until they ran into Dan. Dan came, conquered them, mated with them, and showed them and trained them more powerful ways of demolition. Let me explain. Then they became known as tribes. Listen clearly, history, children. I'm going to show y'all. All right. Once Dan came, they became now known as tribes, which they called Phyle, Phyle, in the singular, and Phali in the plural, Phylai. They changed from clans, from demos, to Phyle, tribe. Phyle, plural. Now, this is what Dan. Now, Dan taught them the dominion of claiming land. Dan trained them, mated with them, and built them up, their generations. Now they are a tribe. This is the ancient Greeks before the Romans ever called them Greeks, before they became Hellenes. Now, I'm doing this because these are the people who are going to create Christianity later. It's going to all tie in later. Y'all just come along. Now, Dan taught them Radayah, dominion claiming. Dan had a practice of dominion claiming of land. Somebody wanted to say something? All right, sorry, somebody just got unmuted. Dan taught them a practice of Radayah. So Dan went around the world trying to claim dominion of land, Radayah. So Dan taught the Phyle, or the Phali now, this tribe, okay, of mixed now. Remember, they were so-called white. Now, Sweden is tribe of Dan. Dan conquered it later. Now they are mixed. They are mixed, black and white. All right? Group of people. Listen clearly. Now, when Dan taught them, now those are his people, dominion claiming of land, Radayah, and the passing on of the land from one tribe to the other. Dan taught them cultural exchange, artwork, and how to trade and barter. So Dan taught them civilization because they was coming from the jungles and stuff. They were like wild, like most of the nomadics were at the time. Dan taught them how to culturally exchange and how to artwork and drawing his gifts and skills and how to claim Radiyah dominion of land. And Dan taught them to make alliances. Listen clear, this is this is part of what would become the Greeks. He taught them how to make alliances only with people that they can have common goals with, equally yoked. He taught them the goal of bartering through art and trade and cultural exchange, and like the watches, come on, y'all, and how to make alliances to only with those toward common goals. Now, the ethnic character of the different phylai or phalayah, these tribes, have become primarily political. After Dan raised them and trained them, they grew into tribal groups. They were called the phylai or the phylai, P-H-Y-L-A-I, P-H-Y-L-E, and the E got that thing over it, right? And I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about. I'm going to show y'all a receipt. Let me just break this down first before I show you the receipt, right? Now, by the time Dan built them up and trained his generations of his descendants, Dan is a mess. Dan all over the place. But Dan is a mixed character because he has good in him too. He just a rolling. Dan has a rebellious spirit. He just refuses in his genetics. Remember our lesson on the Tuesday study? Dan was, oh man, that one was the best of all. Dan's wisdom was one of the best of all the tribes. I had a new respect for Dan. It's just Dan has something in his DNA where he don't want to lower himself. Like he just gonna do what he wants to do. But the Most High wants us to follow order, to be able to lower ourselves to be directed. Yeah, Dan wants to be his own boss. And that's why he got himself written out, and he don't care really until the end. Hopefully he repent. That's why I said when we broke down Dan, I'm like, I hope our grand uncle repents before it's over with. But I think he is, because that testament of Dan is crazy. I think he repented. So praise y'all. We need to pray for the lineage of Dan. Dayan, that's Daniyah. Right, the Danayaats, the tribe of Daniyah, Dan. Now, after Dan grew, the Mycenaean, who used to be the Demos, into now the clans, they are now tribes, which they call phylai. Now they grew the different, different pockets of the character of different phylai have become primarily political by the time of the Hellenistic period. So after Dan established his civilization and planted his seed of the phylai tribes, right? The phylai and the phylai tribes, Dan then moved on, as he do. He went and fought. I'm going to show y'all. He went and tried to conquer Egypt. What's his name? Ramesses. Ramesses like, man, get out of here. Yo, Dan is a mess. I'm going to show you on the screen. I'm going to show you the receipt. Ramesses like, man, get out of here. And they try to draw them as white, but I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you the whitewash, show you what they really look like. So after Dan established this, he moved on. So then the phylai tribes started to serve another god from the Mycenaean, because you have different, and there was a god called Helen, and I'm going to break that down a little later. So after Dan taught them politics, He taught them to make alliances. He taught them art and how to trade. He taught them the radiyah of land, dominion of land. Dan taught them this. Now, this started, by the time Dan left, you became the dawn of the Hellenistic period. We'll get there. Later, the Romans conquered them. Much later, I'm just bringing y'all some receipts for a timeline. Later, the Romans conquered them, and when they conquered them, this group of people, the Philei, the tribes, these Hellenes, they named them Greeks. And I'll explain where that comes from, because one of the Gaelic people, they named them all after they conquered this one little island called Gaelic, and these people from the descendants, and they named them all. And in Latin, the Gaelic was Greek, and they just named, and then they named. Damn, I mean, Rome is a mess. Rome was nasty. Rome said, "We're gonna call you Iggers, and all y'all just Iggers now. Y'all all, that's y'all new name. Y'all Negroes, right? Y'all, I don't care what you was. This what you is now." So anyway, I'll show y'all. So the Romans conquered them and named them Greeks, right? And then later, the subsequent division of the Roman Empire got divided into Greek East and Latin West, as well as later the advent of Christianity. Now, this molded the common ethnic and political of what we now know as the Greek identity, all right? And all the world from the Greek world by the 3rd century AD. Now, let me show y'all. I'm going to show y'all. I wrote myself, show them this page. Let me copy it. Let me copy this. Copy link. Copy. Where does it say copy link? I see copy. I don't see copy link. Copy header link. Well, I guess if I just copy it, okay, I'll paste it in my browser. So there's many theories have been proposed for the end of the Mycenaean civilization. And among them was called the Dorian invasion, and also connected to the Sea people. All right. Now, I'm going to show you in the Egyptian records that they mention these people as TDNJ or Danayah or Tanaju, the land around 1437 BC during the reign of the pharaoh Tutmosis III. All right. They called them, the Egyptian called them Danayah. And Amenhotep in 1390 to 1352, where a number of Danayah cities are mentioned, which cover the largest part of the southern mainland of what we call now Greece. Among them, cities such as the Mycenae, that's the Mycenaeans, where they landed, Napoleon, and Thebes. All right. Now, let me come back. Let me go to that link. Let me show y'all that. Let me copy the link and paste it. Come back. Where y'all at? Over here. And I got to, where I'm going to paste it because I got so many tabs. Praise y'all that our bandwidth is still working. I'm going to put it here because there's not too many tabs over here. So let me put it here. Bang. Open a new one. Control, paste, and go. Here we go. So hopefully I can find it. It's got to be in here somewhere. So anyway, I said, let me see, what a note did I write myself? I said, copy, go to this page to the identity section at the bottom. Thank you. See, that's what I say I got to do. I got so much information. I even got to write myself notes, right? Praise Yah. The diligence, right? And then sometimes I'm tired if I make a mistake. Now watch this. Come to share screen. Where y'all at? Come to y'all. Bang. Stop share. Stop share. Bang. Share screen. Right here. Watch this. Receipts. Y'all see this? Mycenaean Greece. Mycenaean Greece, or the Mycenaean civilization, was the last phase of the Bronze Age, and it wasn't called Greece then, right? It wasn't Greece yet, right? We'll get there. Spanning the period from approximately 750 to 1050 BC. It represents the first advanced and distinctively what would be called Greek civilization and what they would call mainland Greece. The Mycenaeans were mainland, not Greek, peoples who were likely stimulated by their contact with insular Minoan Crete. The Minoan civilization which was centered on the island of Crete, known for its monumental architecture and energetic art. These are blacks. I'm going to show y'all proof. It is often regarded as the first civilization in Europe. Listen clearly. Everybody. Y'all remember the other one, the last Wednesday, when he said the Europeans are smarter, the Europeans, right? Listen, this is why they whitewashed the Minoans, but I'm going to show y'all the Minoans. The Egyptians drew them. The Egyptians drew them on the walls, on the hieroglyphs, like they drew the Hebrews. Oh, you can try to whitewash all you want. But the Most High, listen to this. The Minoan civilization, which was centered on the island of Crete, I'm going to show y'all that. That's the island right there. Known for its monumental architecture and energetic art, is often regarded as the first civilization in Europe, the Minoans. All right. Now, I'm going to show y'all these were blacks. All right. Now, let's go back. Was a phase spanning the period, the Greece Palladian states, the Mycenaeans were mainly Greek peoples, later, they weren't Greek, y'all gonna see that later, who were likely stimulated by their contact with insular Minoan Crete and other Mediterranean cultures, right? The most prominent site was Mycenae, all right? This is Mycenae. This is where this is where they came to. I'll show y'all that later, right? Now I gave myself a note. I said, go down to the identity. Here we go. Watch this. The decipherment of the Mycenaean Linear B, I'll explain that in a second. This is the script. It's a syllabic script. I'm going to explain what that means. It's going to be very important in a second. All right? It was used for writing in Mycenaean. It wasn't Greek. See, they keep writing as Greek, and this is how you get brainwashed. This word didn't exist in Mycenaean. The Romans later called them that, all right? Now, this is the Phoenician language, or the Demoi, but it's the Phoenician after, because when they got to Mycenaean, that's where Dan came. So it's the Phoenician, right? The earliest attested language, the script predates the Greek alphabet. We're going to get there. I'm going to show y'all, right? Now, let me continue. The decipherment of the Mycenaean Linear B script, right and adapted for the use of the Indo-European Greek language, the Indo-European language are a language family native to the northern India subcontinent, most of Europe, and the Iranian plateau with a dense native branch, right? All right. Language demonstrate the continuity of speech from the millennium BC into the 8th century BC when a new Phoenician-derived alphabetic script emerged. The Phoenician alphabet is an abjad used across the Mediterranean civilization of Phoenicia. Listen clearly, an abjad is a consonantal language with no vowels. Listen clearly, I'm going to break this down. Abjad and abjagita. The Phoenician alphabet is an abjad used across the Mediterranean civilization of Phoenicia for most of the first millennium. It was one of the first alphabets attested in Canaanite and Aramaic inscriptions found across the Mediterranean basins. All right, now, let me go over the Mycenaean identity, okay? The name of the Greeks and Achaeans. The Achaeans or Achaeans is one of the names in Homer, which Homer called, this before the Romans called them Greeks. Homer, they were called Achaeans or Mycenaeans or Philians. Okay? Now, the names of the Greeks. The Greeks have been identified by many, here we go. The Greeks have been identified by many ethnonyms. The most common native ethnonym is Hellenes, the Hellenes. The name Greeks was used by the ancient Romans and gradually entered the European languages through its use in Latin. But we're gonna go back. We're gonna get there. Okay, I'm gonna you're gonna find out who Helen is. All right. So it's ethnonyms. Now an exonym is when someone names you. Right. Ethnonyms are exonyms and endonyms. An endonym is when you name yourself. An eponym is what someone's called, right? So an exonym is when another people name you whatever they want to name you. The Romans named them Greeks. So y'all see, right? All right, but we're gonna get to more fruit. All right, so anyway, now the decipherment of Mycenaean Linear B, the language script, y'all gonna learn what that is. Writing system adapted for the use of the Indo-European Greek language of late bronze demonstrated continuity of Greek speech from the second millennium of the 8th millennium with a new, and around the 8th century BC, a new Phoenician-derived alphabetic script emerged. Moreover, it revealed that the bearers of the Mycenaean culture were ethnically connected with Greeks or Hellenists, are an ethnic group, nation native to, it wasn't no Greece, Cyprus, southern Albania, Anatolia, parts of Ilian, Egypt, to a lesser extent, other countries around the Black Sea. All right, so let's continue. Moreover, it revealed that the bearers of Mycenaean culture were y'all don't know what this means in a second. Were ethnically connected. I told myself this for a reason. I mean, something's coming up in a second. It revealed that the bearers of Mycenaean culture were ethnically connected with the population that resided in the Greek peninsula after the end of this cultural period. Finally, the script records the advent of an Indo-European language in the Aegean region in contrast to unrelated languages spoken in adjoining areas. Varied collective forms, inhabitants of Mycenaean, it wasn't Greek, were used by Homer in the 8th century in his Iliad. All right. Homer interchangeably used the ethnonyms. Ethnonym is a name applied to a given ethnic group. Ethnonyms can be divided into two categories, exonyms and autonyms or endonyms. So the exonym is when someone names you. The endonym or the autonym is when you name yourself. The group of people call themselves that. So the Philene people, they never called the Hellenes, they never called themselves Greek, ever. They weren't that. That's a slur, just like the followers of the way never called themselves Christians. The Romans named them that just like they named the Greeks. That's insane. But let's continue. The Homer interchangeably used, Homer called them Achaeans, and what? Danaans. Y'all see it? Dan. And explain. Homer interchangeably used the ethonyms of Achaeans or Danaans and Argives to refer to the besiegers. And these names appear to have passed down from the time they were in use to the time when Homer applied them as collective terms in his Iliad. There is an isolated reference to Akawijadi in the Linear B records in Knossos. Knossos, y'all gonna find out what this is. Knossos is our ancestors' land. All right, hold on. Let me get Knossos, right? An archaeological site in Crete. The site was a major center of the Minoan civilization. That was the blacks, all right? And is known for its association with the Greek myth of Theseus and the Minotaur. You're going to find out what this is. That got something to do with the gymnasiums, the later Greek, okay? All right, now Dan didn't teach them that. Dan had left, all right? We're going to go somewhere. Now, here we go. There is an isolated reference to that in the Linear B records in Knossos. Crete dated to 1400 BC, which presumably refers to the Mycenaean, which they call Achaean state on the mainland. It's not Greek. Egyptian records mention a TDNJ or Danaya. Look, Homer called them the Achaeans or the Danayans. Egypt calls them the Danaya, land for the first time on 1437 BC during the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose III. They go to Pharaoh, all right? And 1479-14, this land is geographically defined in an inscription from the reign of Amenhotep III. I just want to see, because they try to say Egypt. Now Egypt is not, don't look, this black man. All right, Amenhotep. Amenhotep, also known as Amenhotep the Magnificent, Amenhotep the Great, and Hellenized, Hellenized as Amenophis III. That's when the Hellenes conquered Egypt. We're going to go there. Before the Romans called them Greek. They were never Greek. They ain't Greek. They're Hellenes or Phoenicians or Demines. They were never. That's an Igga. And it's crazy because they got themselves calling them that. Now, the whole nation is calling themselves that. Now, listen. Once the Greek conquered Egypt, they Hellenized. They went through the world and gave everybody hell. The Greek. And that's who created Christianity. Oh, we going somewhere, y'all. Hold on. 11 o'clock. It's getting late, but I got to hurry up. I'm going. Shout out to King and Queens Coaching Group. Shout out to everybody. Sorry, I can't see the chat no more. They blocking me now. All right. Now, oh yeah, it's crazy. Now, once, and I'm gonna show y'all with receipts what they call themselves, who they are. Now, Amenhotep was known as Amenhotep the Magnificent Great, and then he got Hellenized as Amenophis, the ninth pharaoh, right? Now, Amenhotep, this land is geographically defined an inscription from the reign of Amenhotep where a number of Danaya cities are mentioned. Danaya cities, which cover the largest part of southern what they call mainland Greece. Among them cities such as Mycenae. That's what I took, the Mycenaeans. I'm about to show y'all what this is. Napoleon and Thebes. Y'all know the ancient city of Thebes have been identified with certainty. Certainty. Danaya has been equated with the antonym of Danaoi, the Greek. The name of the mythical dynasty that ruled the region of Argos, also used as an eponym for the Greek people of Homer. The mythical dynasty are the Achaeans, one of Homer called them, but the Romans called the Greek, the Danoi, Danaya, the Danayans. All right? In official records of another Bronze Age empire, that of the Hittites in Anatolia. So the Anatolian, you're going to find out the history. This is Hittite. So these, what you would call the first Hellenes, or the Philine, the tribes that Dan, they were actually mixed. Then later, after Dan left, the surrounding regions, what became later with the Romans called Greek, the Hittites ran the Anatolia islands. All right? Various references mention a country named Ahiyawa. The Achaeans or Achaeanas is one of the names in Homer. They named the country Ahiyawa. Recent scholarship based on textual evidence, new interpretation of the Hittite inscriptions, and recent surveys, archaeological evidence about Mycenaean Anatolian context during this period. So Hittite went to, the Hittites went, and they got mixed with them. Concludes that the term Ahiyawa must have been used in reference to the Mycenaean world, the land of the Achaeans, or at least to a part of it. This term may have also been broader connotation, some context referring to all regions settled by the Mycenaeans or regions under direct Mycenaean political control. Another similar ethnonym was Ekwesh, they call them. In 12th century BC, in 12th century BC, Egyptian inscriptions has been commonly identified with the Ahayawans. These Ekwesh were mentioned as a group of the Sea People. Now here we go. The Sea People were a group of tribes hypothesized to have attacked Egypt and other eastern Mediterranean regions around 1200 BC. This is the same time when when the Mycenaeans, when these people, what they call in now the Greek, the demoi, the clans, went to Mycenae, and Dan came there around 1200 BC. All right, now all right, so that's that. Now, let me go back. Here we go. Do I want to show y'all some of the images? How can I walk this down? Let me see how I'm gonna, because I got so much to bring out. Y'all give me the grace to walk this down correctly, right? Let me show you, since I showed y'all that, do I want to stay in that or show you the ancient culture? All right. The Mycenaean civilization, the Egyptians. All right. Yeah, let me do Dan. Let me show you the seafaring people. Let me show y'all that. So then I can explain how Dan became them, right? Because in around 1100 BC, during the period of the Judges, it was during the time of the most famous Danite of all time is Samson, right? He was fighting against the Philistines, right? And the key events concerning the tribe of Dan in the 12th century BC include territorial relocation. So Dan fighting the Philistines and everybody in their initial territory on the central coast of Canaan, a portion of Dan started to migrate north, west, and establish new Radayah dominions, new cities. The migrating Danites conquered the city of Laish, and they renamed it Dan, established themselves a new home in the far north of Yasharal. This is famously referenced in the phrase from Dan to Beersheba, which signifies the full north, south, east, west extent of Dan's territory. Dan got a reputation of seafaring tribe. Dan traveled everywhere, conquering and mating wherever their ships landed. In the Bible, specifically the Song of Deborah in the book of Judges, it mentions that Dan remaining with its ships. It mentions that phrase in the Song of Deborah in the book of Judges. Dan remaining with his ships. Dan were the sea people that they were scared of. Around 1200 BC, it says, mentioned Dan remaining with his ships around 1200 BC in the book of Judges, the Song of Deborah, indicating that the tribe of Dan had a well-established maritime presence on earth. This has led to some scholars to theorize a connection between the tribe of Dan and the Dinyan people, the Danyan or the Danayah, as Amenhotep called them, a group of marauding sea peoples around the same era, 1200 BC, which the Egyptians records as the Danayah. All right? Now, the era of the Judges, which includes the timeline of 1100s BCs, was a time when the Israelite tribes were a loose confederation and had no central government. The Danite judge known as Samson, which was known for his mighty strength, is one of the most prominent figures of this period. The tribe of Dan ultimately disappeared from history. After the Assyrian conquest of the northern kingdom of Yasharal in 722 BC, Dan fled. And they started to count Dan as the 10 lost, one of the 10 lost tribes. But Dan ain't lost. Dan ain't never been lost. Dan is everywhere. All right. Now, the Mycenaeans, I'm going to show y'all on the screen, the successors to the Minoans became much more materialistic than Mycenaeans once Dan got to their islands. Same time that the Moi clan, what you would call the Greeks, those whites, came to the island. They became more materialistic, the Mycenaeans, after Dan got there than the Minoans. Their military prowess grew to a whole nother level. All right. They spoke an early form of Hellenes or Hellenism, or Achaean is what Homer called it, what they would now call the Greek language. This is known from the Linear B tablets, which were deciphered in 1952 by Michael Ventris and John Chadwick. All right, so I'm going to come back and teach y'all the Aegean, all that. Now, let me show y'all the sea people, the seafaring people who are Amenhotep and Ramses was speaking on. These the whole country. This the ones who came to the island, the Dan. All right. Now, let me go to my images. First of all, I think I got a tab open for the sea people. Let me look for that first. No, that's the Greek Mycenaean, Minoan civilization. All right, I'll come back to that. Where's my sea people tab? Did I not open it? It's all right. I'll open one then. Give me a second. Let me see if it's over here. I don't think it's over here. No, that's for when we get to the Greeks. That's Serapis. Jesus. No, I'm gonna have to open it. Sorry, I was trying to do the best. I wish I had more time. All right, so let me open it, because then I'm gonna show y'all. So let me go. Let me see if they had a link to it here. When they say see people, if it's clickable. Go to etymology, go to oh, that's oh, that's wrong tab. I'm in Jewish Christianity. Hold on, let me go over here. Mycenaean. There I go. Then go to the identity. Let me see, did they have a clickable link for my see people? If it is, I'm gonna open it. If not, I'm gonna have to try to find it. And it's hard to find. There you go. They do got a clickable link. Ah, here we go. Let me open it in a new tab. Open link in new tab. There we go. Give it time to open. Go to it and share this tab instead. Now here we go. The sea people. The sea people were a group of tribes hypothesized to have attacked Egypt and other eastern Mediterranean regions. All right? Now, this is the tribe of Dan, but they don't tell you it. All right. Now I'm going to show you. Now, the sea people included well-attested group as the Luca. The Luca lands were an ancient region of Anatolian. They are known from Hittite and Egyptian texts, which viewed them as hostile. This is what they call them, the sea people. This is Dan's descendants. Dan went, and as it conquered lands, it grew, it established, Dan smashed, grew them, taught them military conquests, and moved and kept establishing foundations everywhere. So the Hittites and the Egyptians called them hostile. All right? All right? Now, the sea peoples included well-attested groups such as the Luca, as well as others such as the Wishesh. The Wishesh were one of the several ethnic groups. The sea peoples were said to be composed of appearing and fragmentary historical and iconographic records in ancient Egyptian, right? Whose origins are unknown. Hypotheses regarding the origin of various groups, the sources speculate several of them appear to have been Aegean tribes. Aegean tribes is the general term for the Bronze Age civilization before Greece of the Aegean Sea, all right? It's right from Crete. Cyclades, you're going to learn what that is and everything. And the Minoan civilization, while others have been originated all through, all right. The history, the concept of the sea people was proposed by whatever, right? So now let me show y'all who these people were. So first, because I got, let me see. I got my images. So this right here is a carved relief from this is crazy. So possible records of the sea people generally or in particular date to two campaigns of Ramesses II, the pharaoh. Near his reign, the major confrontation with the Hittite Empire at the Battle of Kadesh. All right, so this is the Battle of Kadesh, right? Showing the Shashu spies. Now, the crazy thing is, this Battle of Kadesh, right? That's why that Kadesh is not Hebrew, right? Ruach HaKadesh, it's not Hebrew, right? So this is the Egyptian battling the Shashu people. Shashu spies being beaten, right? So hold on, let me close that. Let me go to where I'm going. The who captured, let me go. Let me see. Did I want to show this? Abu at home, Ramses, the Menapa. Let me see. Let me show y'all who they are. The close-up sketch behind the king, the chariot. So I'm going to show y'all the image of them fighting the sea people. Ramses comments on the scale of the sea people onslaught in the eastern Mediterranean, confirmed by the destruction of the states of Hatti. That's where they get the Hittites, Anatolian, Indo-European, okay? And the Ugarit, all right? Now, let me just show y'all so I can get back, all right? So the sea people were attacking every nation and trying to conquer them and plant their seed. And this was the tribe of Dan. So this image, so I tried to find images, but they would whitewash everything, right? And I'm like, it doesn't line up. I'm like, I know this is the tribe of Dan because I've done the studies and the history. So I know, right? So I'm like, but I can't find it, right? Because they wash history, right? They scrape it. So I went through, hold on, let me find, not that one, not that. All right, so let me go back. I don't want to lose that thumbnail. I want to stay there, right? So let me go. Where are you then? Where are you? You're somewhere here, all right? You're somewhere. I'll find you. Give me a second. Let me go. That's that. That's Mosaic Baths. That's the Gladiators. Nope, that's that. Let me go back. I'm going to just have to open you somewhere else then. I'm going to have to open you somewhere else. Because I'm going to have to open them somewhere else. So where are you? Let me go to my screenshots. I'll find you. Go to my screenshots. Where are you? Where are you? There you go. No, that's that one. Where are you? I know I screenshotted you. Come on, give me 1 second. Come on, messing up my live now. Where are you? I screenshot you there you go. So I can zoom in on you. I know I screenshot you so I can zoom in on you. So what did I do before that? Okay, good. I can show that one. And I meant to show the Cretan. Okay, I can show that. They described them. So let me show you, first of all, what Tutmosis described the Cretans, right? These are, all right? And I'm going to show you the seafaring people, right? So these, okay, I can come back to that. Okay, good. That's Kadesh. Okay, good. All right, good. There we go. There we go. All right. I knew I had it. It's just stuff be all over the place. So let me show you first the Cretans, because you're going to find out who the Minoans and the Mycenaeans on the island of Crete, who they are, right? So hold on, let me open this one too, so that can be a bridge to show you who the culture is. Because I opened, what's that? Okay, not that. Okay, that's the hieroglyphs. All right, that's the translation to the modern, right? That's teaching you the hieroglyphs. All right, that's the, all right. So I'll come back to that. Yes, okay, I'll come back to that. I'm going to keep that open. I'm going to need that. Right, so let me show you who, or maybe should I screenshot that one too? Yeah, let me screenshot that one to get that ready for y'all. Or I should just share my screen and show y'all my Asian culture. Yeah, let me share my screen. Let me show y'all that. Right? I can show y'all that first, because then I want to give y'all the understanding first before I show y'all who the people look like. So come back to y'all. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to do. That's why I said this is going to be a rough one for me tonight. I got so much to do, and I ran out of time to put it together. So I'm praying the Most High grant me. Oh, I can't. Okay, I know what I need to do. I need to copy that tab, because I won't be able to share that screen. Copy, and hopefully it opens in this browser. Y'all willing. Y'all willing. Let's see if that works. I never tried that, but let's see. Control V. Control V. This will be nice if it does. Yes! Praise y'all. It worked. Okay. Now let me find out where. Let me block that. Now come down. There we go. And I can share screen. I can share that on the screen with y'all, so y'all could be able to see it. Right? So the share screen, this is some of my Google Drives, my teachings. So share this tab instead. There you go. So y'all should be able to see that on the screen. Now right here, this is the Aegean world overview. The Aegean civilization isn't a single unified culture, but a network. So it started first with the Cycladic culture. I'm going to break down who they are later. So the Cycladic first, right? They had minimalist marble figurines, and they were a seafaring culture. The Cycladic Islands. From 2000 BC to 3000, their centers were Syros, Naxos, and Keros. Their language, script, non-known. They don't, history haven't found a script, meaning a language for the Cycladic. There's no written script. Then you have the Minoan culture on the region of Crete, 1450 BC to 300. Their script was the Linear A. I'm going to explain. It's been undeciphered. It's the Cretan hieroglyphs. I'm going to show you the hieroglyphs in a second. I should have put it, I could probably copy it and put it in here if I didn't. The Cretan hieroglyphs. They were a maritime trade. They had palatial art. They did goddess worship. The thumbnail. So the Minoan, these are blacks. I'm going to show you who they are on the island of Crete. This is before the Mycenaean. It's not Greek. Before the Mycenaeans, they had goddess worship, and they didn't have fortified cities, non-fortified cities. That image on the thumbnail is the goddess worship. We don't go there, right? Now this is before the Demo clan, what we call now the Greeks, the whites, before they got there to the island of Crete. The Minoan culture. These are blacks. So I'm going to show y'all. That's why I'm showing y'all this. So when I'm going to show y'all Egypt recorded how they looked. History is trying to say these people are white. All right? This is where the first civilizing of Europe came, the Mycenaean. So after the Minoan civilization culture, they had a script writing called Linear A. I'm going to show you it. Right? Cretan hieroglyphs. It was a consonantal, no vowels, non-syllabic, non-syllabic. Oh, I was supposed to do that. When I said let me know when it was 70-something people, I was supposed to do the symbolic. It is what it is. Let me continue. I'll get back there in a second. I was supposed to teach y'all something with the language, and it's only 11. Let me see. How many people here? Let me see. Is it still 70 people? Don't tell me how many. Is it over 70 people? Somebody, I can't see the chat, so y'all have to unmute yourself and tell me. All right. If it's over 70 people.
It's 78.
Okay, because I want to teach something. All right. Let me hurry up and do this. I want to teach something for all y'all with language. And I don't want to wait until, people start going to sleep and falling asleep. They get too tired. But anyway, let me show you this really quick. Let me get through this. So the Mycenaean, right, age, and they created, it's not Greek, a Linear B script. They created fortified citadels. They became a warrior elite. That's after, so this is where Dan met the Demo people and planted seed. Dan taught them to build fortified citadels and became warrior. All right. Now, this is the Minoans and the Mycenaeans. Okay? And then I'm going to break down who all this is, the time period, the Cycladic people. I'm going to break all this down later. Then the Minoan civilization, not Greeks, based on trade, right? Their religion centered on female deities, especially the Great Mother or Earth Goddess, often represented with snakes or birds. All right? I'm going to show y'all their goddesses. The Minoan, that one on the thumbnail, that's the Minoan Great Mother Goddess. And then there's another one. They represented them with snakes or birds. This is the Minoan civilization on Crete. All right? They traded olive oil, wine, pottery, and textiles through the East Mediterranean. All right. Their architecture, they made complex palaces like the Knossos with labyrinth layouts and advanced plumbing systems, the blacks. They created the Cretan hieroglyphs. The earliest is 1900 BC, Linear A, still undeciphered script before any Greek language. The Mycenaean civilization are what we would call the start of the mainland of the Greeks. All right, so now I'm showed y'all that because I want to show y'all what these people looked like. All right, and the Greeks, the Demo people came here to Mycenae, and this was the civilization that followed after the Minoan culture on Crete. Now, this is what Egypt showed them to look like. Where is my, this one? I think it's this one. Let me click it. Yes. Now, here we go. Come back to y'all. And then I'm going to do that right after this. I'm going to teach y'all something with language, how important it is. Because it was non-syllabic, right? No syllable. I'll get there. So come to, what am I doing? I got to come to y'all, stream y'all, and then I got to stop share. Stop share. Stop share? Nope. There we go. Stop share. Then share, screen, window, bang, share. This is what Tutmosis, the King Tut, Thutmosis III. This is the Cretans bringing gifts to Egypt in the tomb of Rekhmar under Pharaoh Thutmosis III, 1479, 1425. Look what the Egyptians drew as the Cretans. I want y'all to see. Y'all see it? And this, see these locks? These locks are going to show up later. Remember these locks hanging. All right? So Egypt actually drew what they look like. If you go through the history books now, they'll tell you they were white, the Cretans. Now, Egypt, this was them bringing gifts to Egypt. All right? Let's continue. This is the drawing of, I meant to put the name of it under it, but it's okay. This is the drawing of the sea people that came to attack Egypt. And the Pharaoh drew them. The whole Mediterranean, the whole ancient world was scared of these sea people. This is actually the tribe of Dan's descendants. And they'll be mixed because Dan mixed himself with everything, but this is Danites. So I was trying to find a way. I was like, I got to find there. I know that it's somewhere where these people who whitewash history will make a mistake. And that's where diligence comes in. So I kept digging and digging and digging, and I found it. So this is called it's in the other thing. I thought I had the thing at the bottom. Sorry, guys. I was supposed to have the thing at the bottom. I'll show what this is later. Now, watch this. This is how I found it. This is the, I think it's a Amenhotep or one of them. Did I put it at the bottom? Nope, I ain't put it at the bottom of that one. Yeah, I should have, but it's okay, right? So when you look See, when they draw themselves like this, you don't they don't look, you don't know if that's black or not, right? You like, you can't really tell if that's black, right? With the Egyptians. That's why Pharaoh and them drew themselves with color and stuff to show, right? So this is them enslaving the sea people, the conquerors, they that came to try to enslave the sea people, who I know is the tribe of Dan. I'm gonna show proof now. It was hard to find. I found it. That be Yah. I found it. Watch this nugget I found. So in this image, I went through all these images, right? There's a lot of images, right? A lot. And I couldn't get a clear picture of these people, something that can denote the ethnicity, right? And I'm like, I need to find something. I couldn't find it, right? So I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm like, so I'm going through, and this is the image of them, they captive. See? So they got them chained together and they're marching them, the Egyptians, right? And so if you look at their images, right? Look at the face. See? I'm like, I can't get no ethnicity. And every image that I saw, they never show them their face, right? So just looking at the side, you can't really tell what this is, ethnicity, right? So I'm looking through all history, guys, and I'm looking and I'm looking. I'm like, well, I'm going to just have to leave it out my teaching. I know in Raya, I know this is Danayah, right? I know it is. I could find, but I can't get the actual hieroglyphic proof that, people are like, you ain't got no, right? And this doesn't prove. This looks like, I don't know what this is, white people, whatever it could be, right? And so I kept looking. And then I found this. Hold on. So when you look at this, this was the image, right? So now let's look. I want to see if y'all see something. As I'm looking through, these are the sea people that the Egyptians wrote about, right? See, they got them chained by their neck. They're marching them. That's them again. See them? Chained by their neck. But look what I found. Watch this. That's them again. 3 rows. And in the 3rd row, look what I found. Watch this. Do y'all see it? I don't think y'all see it. Hold on, let me see the chat. I'm toying with y'all now. Do y'all see it? Out of all the images, there's one person looking at you. Look. I got him. I said I got him. I got him. Only one. I went through tens of pictures. They always showed them side profile. I don't know how. It be Yah. That be Yah. I was like, out of all these images, he's looking straight at you. It's like Yah's like, here. Look. He's looking straight at you. He looking straight. There is no, only Yah could show me that. Because I've been tired. I've got so much studies putting together. And because I was about to just not say it and just say, I would say it was Dan and just show where they call them Danayahs and the Egypt call them everything. But I didn't have the physical image. He looking right at the screen. You know how somebody look at the camera? He looking right at the screen. And Egypt drew them. So then I made it bigger. Look. So I just cropped it. And I'm like, out of all the images, he looking forward. He looking straight at the screen. He looked just as guilty as so. He looked just as guilty as he want to look too. He looked like, sorry guys. You got me. It's me. Look at that nose. You look like it's me. Look at them lips. That's hilarious. All right. All right. So now let me break something down. Right? So this is what the Egyptians drew as the Grecians. See? Now remember this here, because they're going to show you I got other images, but they start to draw them white. And I'm like, oh, I got the whitewash too. Right? I got the whitewash too. Now let me break down. Let me do this. I'm going to leave this up while I break down the syllabic script. So, because I want to do this before it gets too late. And I'm going to teach y'all something. All right? And it might offend some of y'all, but don't get offended. You need to learn. We can't hold on to old wine. As the Most High unveil and teach us, you have to continue to learn. And you can't, if you're stuck on old wine and you get stuck to things that was part of your journey, it doesn't mean stay there. So, a syllabic, y'all learn what this is later, but I'm going to do this to break this down. A syllabic script is syllables, right? A syllable is a single unit of a sound within a word that typically contains a vowel sound. All right? A syllable. So they have syllabic script, right? So the linear B, so the linear A from the Minoans, the Grecians, was abjad, not syllabic. An abjad alphabet only writes consonants. The original Habariya has no vowels. Our original Picto, the original Summa, no Picto. The Akkadians created the first vowel system. The fallen angel after that became syllabic scripts. Now, a syllabic script is a writing system where each symbol represents a syllable. So I'll be able to show y'all later what that means. When they're writing their script, like Paleo Hebrew, like Aramaic, like Hellenized Greek, the linear B, right? These systems group the consonants and the vowel sounds together into one single character. I'm going to show you it. That's a hybridization. They hybridize the tongue, the language. All right. This is very wicked. All right. So now I'm going to show y'all. All right. Give me a second. Now, a syllabic script is a hybridization. It takes the writing system and it takes the consonant and fuses it with a vowel into one character. So you have abjad, A-B-J-A-D, or abyad, or an abugida, A-B-U-G-I-D-A. An abjad is an alphabet that only writes consonants. Our original pictograph Habariya. The original Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages were abjad or abyad. All right. While an abugida, A-B-U-G-I-D-A, is a system where each consonant or symbol has an inherent vowel that can be changed with diacritics. This is where the Wish people created the diacritic vowel marks. The diacritics is abugida, and our later Canaanite Hebrew tongue is abugida with these vowels. So most of you are speaking abugida and not abayad, abyad, abjad. I'll explain. Now, a syllable is a single unit of sound within a word that typically contains a vowel sound. It's the basic rhythm or beat of a word. All right? and can be one or more letters long. For example, we're going to use the word syllable. The word syllable actually has 3 syllables. That's funny. That's a wheel within the wheel, right? Now, listen, y'all about to learn something now. Very important. Now, the word syllable. So if we break it down, we got syllable. You got to take the word autumn. Autumn has 2 syllables. Autumn, right? So the sound is the key. Each syllable must have 1 vowel sound. Now listen, in our original tongue, the Habariyah, it has only 1 sound. Not vowels, just 1 sound. And the sound is ah. Let me explain. I'm going to give you an example. Everyone right now, this is what I was supposed to do earlier, but it's okay. Everyone right now, everyone, I want all of y'all to do this at home, even those on the screen. Everybody right now, before you get too tired. You put this, I'm going to give you an example using your hand. Put your hand under your chin. Everyone right now, take your hand, the palm, you can do it this way or however you want to do it. Put it under your chin. And I'm going to have you say words, and I want you to feel how many times your jaw pushes against your hand. Your jaw drops when you say a word. Every time that your jaw pushes against your hand, that's a new syllable, a new sound, a new spirit. Listen clearly. Every time. So we're going to start with the word Hebrew. Put your hand on your chin and say Hebrew. How many times did you feel your chin pressing against your palm? Somebody answer that. Hebrew.
2.
2. All right? This is your example. Each sound is a spirit. All right. Now, I want you to do the word Habariyah. Put your hand under your chin and say Habariyah. How many times? Habariyah. Your chin push 4 times. Okay? Now, did you notice there was a difference? In Hebrew, it pushed 2, Hebrew. But when I did Hebrew, I said Hebrew, 2. But I heard 2 different sounds. Hebrew. I hear an E and an O. 2 different spirits. But when I said Habariyah, I had 4 spirits, 4 pushes, but they all had the same sound. Listen clearly. Habariyah. 4 spirits, but all 4 of them were one. Ahayad. Listen clearly. Every spirit, every sound was the same sound. They were one. It was 4, but they were all ahayad. If I take the word 1 and go ahayad, still ahayad. 3 are ahayad, they're one. But when I go Hebrew, they're not one. That's 2 different spirits. Now, what I'm about to do is going to hurt some of y'all a little. It might hurt some. Don't get offended. Just learn, children. We have to learn because we have been lied to. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. Okay? That's why I put that together right there, because I'm trying to bring some healing because we've been lied to. All right? And I'm going to show you the proof. Y'all always says, teach my children. Now, we're going to say the name Yahweh, this name for God. You put your hand under Yahweh. Two sounds, two spirits. But was it the same? Was they one? Was they Ahayah? Yahweh. I got Ah and A. Different. Two spirits, but they're different. Now, this one is the one that can hurt some. I don't mean to hurt you. I mean to teach. We're going to use the Hebrew name, Hebrew, because it's not Habarayah. Listen, Brother Glenn, everyone, do the name Yahuwah. Yahuwah. 3. Was it all the same sound? No. Only 2 were. Yah and Ah. But in the middle was an U. The Yah and the Ah are Ahayad, one. But the U is who? Who is the U? What spirit is that? It's Akkadian. The Akkadians created the vowel sound of U after Sumeria. The fallen angel Anunnaki. So in that name, our ancestors called him this name. This is the symbolic. You got to understand. Yah, U. That's not Ahayad. So they placed the U sound in their dialect, our ancestors. Their language is Anunnaki. It's Canaanite fallen angels. You see, Yah, U, Ah. They are not Yah, Ahayad. Those sounds, those spirits in that name is not one, Ahayad. Our ancestors started calling Yah that when they became Akkadian Hebrews. Later Phoenician, Ugarit. Later Hellenized. The Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, they call it Canaanite. I'll show you. I showed you on the last one. That's why they call Hebrew the Canaanite language. It's an Afro-Asiatic, that's Hebrew. It's not Habarayah. So we did Yahuwah. Now let's do Yahweh. Yahuwah, 3 sounds, 3 spirits, not Ahayad, not the same, not one. Yahweh, 3 sounds. Or were they the same spirit? Are they the same sound? Are they Ahayad? Yahweh. Or Yah. Yah. 3 moves of the chin, 3 beats, but 1 raya. It's all through the language. It's in the tongue. If you do the name Jerusalem, you go Jerusalem. You take Yasharalam, Yarashalam, Yarashalam. 1 spirit. Judah. Judah. Yaada. Yaada. That's why it's not the Ruach HaKodesh. Ruach HaKodesh. You see? But Raya Haya Kadash. They are all Ahayat. The Adayats of the Habariyah had no vowels. I've been trying to teach y'all that the vowels are fallen angel. It's Canaanite. The U started in Acadia. You understand? Later became the I became later. That's around Ugarish. And in Phoenician, the E's and the O's came. Okay? These are not Habariyah. They don't have one spirit. It's Raya, not Ru'ah. See, what spirit is this U and this Ru'ah? It's Canaanite. It's not in Yah's language, which is La Shayan. La Shayan. See, it doesn't matter when you're speaking the English language, because in the English tongue, it's all Canaanite. It's all a fallen angel tongue. So if I say, let me explain, bring balance. If I say Jerusalem or Judah, I'm speaking English. It's all, the whole tongue is fallen angel. But when you mix it with Yah's holy original tongue, that's when you become mixing the holy with the profane. So we can speak the English tongue and our, somebody, we got vowels in our name, right? If your name like is brother Sarah, right? So brother Glenn, he got in his English speaking name, he got an I and an E and all, but that's English. The whole thing is cursed. It's a bastardized language of spells. That's not mixing. The problem is when you mix the holy with the profane. Yah's tongue is holy and set apart, but they've gotten us to curse ourselves. Our ancestors mixed the holy, Yah's tongue, with the profane and came up with Yahuwah, and later Yahweh, that's Phoenician. Later, Yahoshua, Yah-O-E-I, all these things, Hebrew, not Habariyah. It becomes the problem when you mix it with the holy. That's why I say when you have a Habariyah name, a Hebrew name, you have to get these fallen angel vowels out of you're mixing the holy and the profane. For our sister, I'm sorry, I just got to do it because I seen it. Yah told me to do it, and I'm going to do it. I don't mean to offend you, daughter of Yah. Hopefully you take this in love, in Habayah. Our sister Ramayah, she has a beautiful Habariyah name, but she spells it Ramaiyah. And I want to tell my sister, get that I out of your name. It is profane. That I is not Habariyah. That name would be Ramayah. Ramayah. That's Habariyah. Look, watch me do it. Ramayah. Now the I can be tricky because it sounds like ah. It's not it's I. It's not ah. So the I came later. That's I is a Phoenician. Right? No, the I is early. I is Ugarishan, Canaanite, fallen angels. So I'm telling you, only reason why I'm trying to teach y'all is because you might as well it's better to just keep your English name because the name itself is cursed. Let me explain something to y'all. The further you get back to Yah's truth, the stronger the principalities the devils get. The further you get away from Yah, when we get to English and all that stuff, they're big devils, but they're less powerful. Our ancestors, when they took on the Ugarishan gods, when they took on this mother goddess, like those Hellenists, you're taking on principalities that go right on back to Nimrod. I'm talking, they go right back to the fallen angel Anunnaki, not watered down later. Okay? So when I say this, I'm only saying it if you got a Hebrew name, what they call Hebrew. You need to get those vowels out. Now, there is a grace. All right? I don't want to offend y'all. I just need to later that because let me explain. It's like you know how people, no disrespect, people say shalom. I used to, right? And you're like, okay, that's shalom. Now, shalom is actually the modern Babylonian, Talmudian, Mishnah, Germanic word from those who stole our identity. Y'all know what I mean? So they're quick as like, they ain't the people of the book. They stole identity. They are the convertites. They are this, but then you'll still say, it's like those Israelites walk around with the star of David and Moloch. And David ain't had no star. They got the same star as the convertites, but they think we the people of the book. See, it's mixing the holy with the profane. It's transgression. Now, I used to say it when I first awakened, but just because we did something when we first awakened don't mean we stay there. So people still they'll be like shalom, and I'm like, that is not Habariyah. That's actually modern. That's actually the wish people's tongue. But then, so you'll be better off just saying peace. Let me explain. Just saying greed and peace than trying to say some Hebrew. When you're when you're on your journey, it's okay. It's a grace cover you. Let me explain. But people are staying there. Yeah, it's Yiddish. Thank you, Sabayah. That's Yiddish. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for, Sabayah. It's Yiddish. Shalom. Right? Now, we came a little further, which was a little better, and we started saying shalom. That makes me laugh every time. I said it for a real brief period, but something didn't sit right with it. I said it for a brief period. Shalom. Not even knowing that was Akkadian. But you're starting to come closer from shalom to Yiddish. You went from Babylonian Yiddish, Talmud to Akkadian. Now you're getting closer back to the original, but your devils are getting bigger. Do you get it? The principalities over that tongue is bigger than the Babylonian Talmud Mishnah stuff. When you start to go to it, when you go from Phoenicia to Ugarit to Acadia to once you start going, they're getting bigger and stronger. You're getting back more to the original serpent, to the direct fallen angel. So it's more. It's like you taking on more spirits. I'm gonna get there, y'all. I'm gonna get there. But it was part of our journey. But Yah doesn't leave us there, right? He'll bring, as you go on, there's things you have to empty. You don't hold on. Just because you learn shalom, don't mean 4 years later you stuck in the same place. That means you still got the same old wine. I don't care you learn shalom 4 years, because last time I learned shalom, it was probably, what was that, 6 years ago, 6 years ago? Shalom, right? I didn't stick with it too long. Something didn't seem right at the beginning. Let me explain. Now, you'll be better off once you know better than to just say peace, because the spirit's over. You don't mix the holy with the profane. It would actually be shalom. Look, watch this. Shalom. You see it? Two spirits, two different. Let's do shalom. Shalom. You see? The fruit will tell you itself. It's in the tongue. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. Y'all told me to teach you this fruit. It's very simple. It bear witness to itself. Put your hand on your chin and say the word, and you'll know that's not of Yah. Because none of those Sabbatic, none of those vowels are of Yah. It's consonantal. It's an abjad, not an abgida. Abyad, that's abyad. All right? Right. Shalom. So you gotta find out who loom. who that ooh. Shalom. Who that om? Because it's not Yah's tongue. You can't mix it. You can't make it. that becomes a transgression. Now, Yah's grace covers us in our ignorance. So when we didn't know, we made mistakes like we did as babies. But when we learn, we become adults and we put away childish things, the foolish things of our youth. But some will stay where they at. They'll stay old and stagnant. It's really being stubborn. It's really stiff-necked. It's thus choosing to profane over the holy tongue of Yah by mixing it with the whole unholy. And once you learn and learn this, and it because you can study, go look at it. Go Google Afro-Asiatic Semitic group of languages, the consonantal tongue and everything. You'll see none of them and find out when the vowels came. When it came, the Greek created the first syllabic system in Linear B. That was making a hybridized, mixing, they made characters. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you with the Chinese script, the Korean script. They made characters and mixed them, the vowels in with the syllables, mixing the holy and made a new character script. It's called syllabic. So when you do the linguistics and the etymology of languages, you'll see between the syllabic, the abjad and the abgida, and the syllabic and the straight consonantal. All right. Now, once we knowingly continue, Yah's grace get pulled back because we were ignorant, but now we have been shown and we have been taught, and now you will choose to stay there, and thus you will be judged for it. It's just like the camps that run around with that Star of Remfram, right? They like, we're the people, they ain't the people, but they got the same star. You're saying the same. So now it's shalom or shalawam or shalayam. So it would be, in the shortened sense, shalom, one spirit, ayad. It would be shalayam when you put Yah's name back in. So some of you will have a hard time with that. Y'all don't understand the house. They took Yah's name out. Yah's name was in every Adiyat. It's in the city, Yahadea, Judah. It's in the province, Jerusalem, Yarashalam, Hezekiah, Azariah, Amariyah. It's everywhere. But some will, it's okay. Some will say Shalawam. That Wayav is later addition to our Adiyats. That's Mashiach. There was before the Wayav, there was a Vav, V. So it would be actually Shalavam, if you really wanted to be. But then before the Vav, before Mashiach had to come, there was a Bayat. So it would be actually Shalabam, really. But if you want to put Yah back, if you love the Father and place him back, then it will be Shalayam. That's why you see everything we say in the language and the tongue, Yah's put back, because they took him out. They took the Father. He's omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. He was in everything. Yes. So, and that's crazy, but see, and that's where we learn to come out. So, and that's why, don't get offended. So, see how our daughter of Yah wrote hallelujah, right? And you see that E in there, right? And then the U, see? And you really got Hallel in the hallelujah. Some other people was like, should we be saying? I remember that a long time ago. Akiana from the UK. Oh, the other sister too. She gone now. I forgot her name. She's like, I don't think we should be saying hallelujah because Hallel, that's our Satan name, is right in it. But this what you don't understand. This is when they get it, but we had to learn. It's hallelujah. There's no hallelujah. But as you go along, but you got to learn. The same way that we learn that is the same way we have to come out. It was all part of our journey. Okay? All right. So now, shout out to Brother Benny. All
Excuse
right?
me. Benny does have a question, if that's okay.
Yes. What was the question?
Benny asks, so Unc, what's the father's actual name? Is it just Yah, or he has a
It's
full name?
it's I did this already, but let me do it basic for you. It's actually Yah, right? Everything else that adds on to Yah is just describing something. So his name is Yah. That's it in Psalms, right? It's the Ya'ad, the Alayath, and the Hayah. And when you put it together, it describes, it breaks down the notes, descriptor of the purpose that Yah denoted that name for, what it is to accomplish. But when you add something to it, that's why I think Numbers, when he told Mashayah, whatever book that was, Moses, he said, what do I tell him your name? And he said, Ayah, Asha, Ayah, I am. So I am is what you just tell them, I am sent me. I be, I exist. That's Ayah, Ayah, right? Two, right, guys? Ayah. Two sounds, two beats, one, they are ahayad, one sound, right? Now, then he came back, and because that's the first person singular. The second person, they call it perfect and imperfect. I don't like all that imperfect stuff. That's them bastardizing it. They call it first person imperfect singular. There ain't no imperfect. Yah is perfect. All right? That's the first person singular. So when he came back, the second person singular is Haya. Here we go again. Ha-ya. One sound. Haya means he is, he exists, he be. Tell them Haya sent me. He exists, he be, he is. So, Brother Benny, when you take the name Shama, Yah, that's name, Shama, Yah. When you take the Shama of Yah and then you put Ayah, you get Yah, Ayah. And that means I be Yah. I am Yah. Yah exists. Yah be Yah. Yah is. When you take Haya, and put Yah, and then put Haya after Yah, that means he is Yah. He be Yah. Right? He is Yah. It's the second person. So anything that you add to Yah is denoting something about Yah. That's why Mashiach's name is Yah-ah-Yah-Shah. So it's denoting the Shayan and denoting the character of Mashiach, that Yah be Yah, Yah-ah-Yah-Shah, Yah is Yah, and what Mashiach came to fulfill in Yah. And the collective of the name means Yah is salvation. Yah saves. I'm sent to bring salvation. I'm sent to lead to Yah. I'm sent to bring to guard to Lama Yah, to guide to the Father. So anything that they put with Yah is denoting something. But if you put, listen, Uwa at the end of Yah, now you got a problem, Brother Benny. Because Uwa is not a Habariyah word. That's Canaanite, fallen angel. So now you would have to go down a rabbit hole to find out what Uwa means in whatever language that is. You have to go to Akkadian. You have to go to Akkadian, because the that's where it came from. And you have to go to the Canaanite Akkadians, the fallen angel, and find out what Uwa means. And then you'll find out what you're speaking on Yah's name. Oh, the Bible, if we get them to curse themselves, it's some nasty work. You understand? My people destroyed for a lack of knowledge, but there was a grace that covered us in our ignorance. I called them Yahuwah. I did. My name was Yahusha. No, Yahshua. Right? So all right, now again, leave room for errors. It's a journey, but you can't get stuck and hold on to, I put it all down. If I can do it, anybody can. See, that's when you get prideful or you get stuck and you want to, or stiff-necked, stubborn, or you eating from all these unrighteous tables and no, go do your own diligence. I'm not saying just believe me. Do what I did. Go look it up. It's all over. The Most High has placed it where the world has to show you. Go Google, go search Wikipedia, all the books, go to the ancient books. Look, go back to the ancient language. You'll find out this is correct. This ain't Yah, this is fallen angel. But we study talking about, like I said, we talking about the Christian. Ain't no J in Hebrew, ain't no E in Hebrew either. So then what languages that you speak? The funny part is crazy. Now it might be in Hebrew because the Hebrew is actually fallen angel. That's our ancestors becoming one with the Akkadians, one with the Ugaritians, one with the Phoenicians, one. That's why it's called the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic language group of tongues. The Canaanite language is Afro-Asiatic and it's Shemitic. Okay, it's okay. It'll take time. It was hard for me to do Ruach HaKodesh. I remember back then, when I first got it. And Mishpaka and Akoti and Aki, right? That don't even, Aki, that sound like, right? It sound like Ishmael, right? That's Ishmael language, right? Akoti, right? You got Akoti. Who is Kot? Who that? And who that E? But anyway, now, let me, Brother Benny, that's why you just safe for calling him Yah, unless you're going to call him Yahweh or Yahaya. Just call him Yah. That's what it says in Psalms. He didn't tell you have to put nothing in, or you can call him Ayah, if you want to call him, Haya, really, because that's he is. You don't want to call him Ayah, because that's saying I be. It's the first person singular, right? So you can call him Haya if you want to, because you know what the Haya letter is? The fifth letter of the Habariyah is the Haya, and it's a man holding his arms out, singing, giving praise to the Most High. And it says, behold, the revelation, the revealer. That's the Rayak Haya. The Haya. So you can call him Haya, that's revealer. The revealer, that's Yah. Okay, so now again, I'm not trying to get on y'all like, don't say hallelujah. Just give yourself time, but you have to, the same way that we had to learn our ABCs in school, right? We had to learn the method. Don't get so old and think that you can just pick this up and just continue to stay there, because there's a grace, but this is spirits over these. You can't mix the holy and the profane. What did they say? What did the wish people do? If we get them to curse themselves, and then we'll get stuck and stay there. Just like those camps are staying with the star of Renfram and Moloch. The others are staying in that's why it's awakening a fakening. And the spirits are laughing. All right. So that's why I said it will hurt some. Because you've made this thing that you learned an idol. I didn't hurt when I found out. I was just shocked. I said, so my name is half Habariyah, half Akkadian, Uncle Yahshua. I'm like, okay, so what is Shua? Who are that? Right? So now my name is Uncle Yahshua. And I say known as Uncle Yahshua because I got to speak the Canaanite tongue like I speak English. I got to speak the law of the language. So a lot of y'all, I'll say that's why it's Mashiach is the Messiah's title. Mashiach, not Mashiach with an I. But I keep Mashiach assembly because most people don't know what the Mashiach is. So if some new people who was in the awakening just coming along, they might know Mashiach. Okay, this might be an Hebrew Israelite, right? And then they might, okay, I can click on it. But if I say Mashiach, they don't even know what that is. Yeah, well, I don't know it. And they might keep going past it. So Paul said you got to speak the language of the law you're in. But remember, when we were babies, we stayed as babies. We are not to stay babies. We are to progress. This is called the parable of the talents. You don't stay. I shouldn't come back 2 years later and you still saying all the same things. No, we haven't gotten it right until we come back to the original Haba Raya. Eber's name was not Eber. It was not Hebreet. It was not Ivrit. It was not none of that. It was Habarayah is Eber's name. That's where the language, he was named after the tongue. The Lashayan language. It's the Kayadash Lashayan, the set apart language. It was all one raya. No matter what the word says, no matter, it's still, they all are hayad, one. There is no foreigners in it. So again, a Cyrillic script is a writing system where each symbol represents a syllable. These systems group consonant and vowels together in a hybridization. So they have Abjad and Abugida. When you look this up, you'll see it. And the Abjad is an alphabet that only writes consonants. Yah's language, our original pictograph in the original Shemitic tongues. Even the Sumerians had no vowels. All of the ancients, even the Minoans had no vowels. Linear A, it wasn't syllabic. It wasn't until linear B under the Mycenaeans that they added the, and they got that from the Akkadian. Okay? Now, a description of a syllabic script is the Korean. All right? The Korean script called Hangul is described as a syllabic alphabet. It combines features of alphabetic and syllabic writing systems. All right? So Korean letters are written in syllabic blocks with the alphabetic letters arranged in 2 dimensions. I'm going to show you what I mean. I can, let me find it. I got it in a screenshot. That's it right here. Double click. All right, now let me go stop share. Let me come back to y'all. Okay, how I can get, oh, don't end stream. Go here, then go share screen, window, share. Let me give you an example. This right here is a Cyrillic script. So in Korean, the word Seoul for the capital city, I think that's the capital city of Korea, right? This is the word Seoul. They write it like this, right here. See that comma? But this is how it would be written if it wasn't syllabic. That what's the name? Pictograph or whatever, that letter, this letter, this letter, this letter, and this letter. It would be written like this. But instead, they did a hybridization. They did a syllabic. And so they got, look, this is this, and that right there is this, and this right here is this, that on the top, and look, that T looking thing is right here, and it's mixed with this Z looking thing back with S. So it's a group, a hybridization of the characters. This is called syllabic script. So these languages like the Greek and stuff, these are later syllabic script where they married the vowels into the consonants and made them one. So you're mixing the holy and profane if you did it with the original and made it one spirit. Ooh, that's some dark stuff when you understand spiritual warfare. This is how they get us with the tongue. And we understand life and death is in the power of the tongue. So the thing that you speak manifests spirits. Oh, yo, bro, it's so dark, brilliantly wicked. It's brilliant wickedness to get us to speak a tongue that will conjure spirits. Yes, it's spell casting. That's the word, daughter of Yah. It's spell casting in our tongue. And they got us. And then the further we go back to the ancient tongues, the bigger the spell, the bigger the devils, the bigger the spirits. They are much more powerful than when you go further up to English and Germanic and Latin. And as you go further away from Sumer and Acadia and all that, they get less and less. But as we going back, see, that's why it's dangerous, because we're going back to the original. And they got us to stop in Canaanite. But the Most High told us have nothing to do with the Canaanites. Right? So that's the crazy part. So if the Most High told us to have nothing to do with the Canaanites, then how can we stop at their tongue and stay there? Once we find out that it's actually their tongue. Let me show you something. Watch this. Let me show you this. Stop share. You can, I'll answer this question, Hakyama. Give me a second, though. Let me share this first. Share screen, window. Look at this, share. You see this? This is ancient Shemitic. They call it Semitic script, right? So Egyptian is known as an Afro-Asiatic Shemitic language. Y'all didn't know that. I'm going to show y'all in a second, right? The original. And look at the pictograph. A, Aleph, for Egyptian. It's an ox head. Yeah, Mitzrayim. I'll show y'all in a second. And look what's under it. Canaanite. You see? And the Canaanite got the same what? Ox head, Aleph. And then around 1500, the Canaanites got this. And look what's under it. The Hebrews. And what is this? Paleo. So your Paleo Aleph, and they call it an Aleph, not Allah, Yaf, Al-F. Al-F. It's because it's following who? The Canaanites. We had a tongue the Most High took it at Babel, or Bariyah. Babel, at the tower. So, this is why it's the Afro-Asiatic Canaanite group of languages. The Hebrews became Canaanite. Look at the Phoenician script. Same, right? Same as the Canaanite. We just took from them. But look what we left. The Picto. All right? Now, this is before. Now, when you go further, 1000, the Canaanites, the Hebrews drew, Phoenicians look like this. You fast forward 500, Canaanite script is gone, Hebrew script evolved to this, Phoenician still here, this. Fast forward 100, the Hebrews start to get this. Later when it become this Paleo. The Phoenician script is gone, but look at the Aramaic. Here we go. This is why the Hebrews spoke Aramaic. You see the script? It's the same script. Then later, Hebrews, Aramaic. Then when the paleo and the modern stuff start to come, the modern stuff start to come on, then the script changes a little. But our ancestors spoke Phoenician, Aramaic, because it was the same tongue. And then the Greeks came later, and they changed. This is where you get your letter A. Okay? Later. But they took it from the Phoenician tongue. And this is the South Arabian script, and the Punics are Carthaginian. Then the Latin came, that's under the Romans, and took it from the A from the Greek, Samaritan, and Arabic. Right? Let me show you something else. Not that one. Can I go this way? Oh, that was the other one. Let me show you this. Stop share. Share screen. Sorry, I didn't do what I needed to do with the Christian. I haven't got enough time. I'm gonna close out with some of it, but we're gonna have to do the next part. I'm gonna have to start right with it. I wanted to start right with it tonight, but let y'all do what he needs to do. So I'm gonna share screen, and window, and where is it? Where are you?
Excuse me.
You can do. Go ahead.
Pensy Lola is having a little bit of a hard time understanding why she needs to change her name still.
She
Or,
don't
in a sense,
change her name.
well,
She don't. What's
she
her name?
said
Go ahead.
she was talking to Todd. She says, my name is Danielle. Why do I have to change my name? Daniel was a prophet.
She mean Daniel, like the way that the English spell Daniel.
But like in a woman way.
Right. No. What I mean is, I'm lost. So how does she spell Daniel? Does she spell it in Habariya? Because Daniel didn't spell
No,
his
no,
name
no.
like that.
You were correct. Like how the English spells it.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Okay, so you don't actually have to change it if you don't want to. But remember, because we all have free will. So what the Bible says is, my people will remember themselves and they shall surname themselves, right? Back unto the Father. He says, in the land of their captivity, they shall remember themselves and they shall surname themselves back to the original Habariah. So where my name was Joshua, I'm now Yahya or Yahawashah. But first I was Yahshua because I thought that was the original Hebrew. I didn't know the original tongue. So that was my way back to coming back in the name of Yah. Let me explain. The whole thing is to come in the Father's name. When we were born to our earthly parents, we were given our dad's name, right? You have his last name. So when you get known by your name, right? And in the tribes, you come from the house of, right? That's why they say the Messiah come from the house of David, right? That's the tribe of Ya'ada, right? They're Ya'ads, right? So we are coming back to our Father's name because we taken our namesake. They took the name. So Daniel's name was never Dan-I-L. El is the fallen angel God, all right, the highest, right? So in English, if your name was Daniel or my ex-girlfriend name was Danielle, right? That would be the female variation of Daniel, and that's perfectly fine. But if you spell your name Daniel, that's not the name of your father. That's an English name, right? So yeah, that's what I said. She didn't understand my grandmother's name. I'm Danielle, right? I'm guessing. All right. So let me. Pincy Lola, it's okay. This can help somebody else. So it's okay. This will help someone else. All right. So, and you too, if you want to know. So, if my name was Daniel in English or Daniel, then unless he gave me another Habariya name, right? Name me Love or Habaya or Yara for respect or patience, or right? Gave me some, and I just wanted to come in my father's name, then I would change my Habariya name would be Don Ya'al, Danyahal, Don Ya'al. That's the actual Habariya righteous. There's no fallen angel spirits. There's nothing in it, and that's how I would spell it. And now for the world, I give Caesar what Caesar's, right? When I go to renew my driver's license, I'm not gonna I don't gotta go down to the system and say, you need to change my name to Danyal Shamaya. That's my name now, new name. I mean, those y'all can do it if you want to, but give Caesar what Caesar's. Don't get these people, less is more. Don't get these people all in your business, right? That's you're giving the serpents, you're casting your jewels unto swine. It's too holy. It's not about being prideful. But when you come amongst the elect, when you free here, you're like, Shalayam, I'm Danyal. I come in the name of my Father. Now the Bible says the name of Yah is a strong tower. The righteous run into the name and are safe. So what we're doing, we're going into the name. We have been called by his name. My people who are called, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and seek in my face, then I will receive them and I will heal them in their captivity. It's the covering. That's why they took the name off us when they took us to captivity slave ships, like they did to Danyal. Tried to call him Belshazzar. The devil's a lie, right? And everybody talking about Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. I don't know who the hell that is. Hell. I know I know Mayaka, Hananiah, and Azariah, the three Habariah men who came in the name of Yah, and Danyal. So that's why. So for the others, I'm not trying to harm you in your dialect and in your saying, like even hallelujah and hella and shalom and all it, right? It's like, praise Yah. I would, as you come out of the English tongue and coming back, but don't stop at those Canaanites. That's where the problem is. You can't rest there and just stay there, because grace is for a time. It's parable of talents. There come a time where Mashiach come and check. Where's your talents? He wants us to continue. We don't get, and then others, it's not that they stay there, they get lackadaisical. They get stuck. Old wine. Stiff neck. That's a blackity black thing, right? I don't care what Unc say. Then I'm gonna still say shalom. I've been saying shalom. I'm gonna say shalom. Well, then say shalom, right? Shalom. So I don't mean to make jokes. I'm just being truthful. Well, shalom. You see me out do it. I greet you in your tongue. The assembly see you do all the time. A person come because you got to meet people, new people. I'll be like shalom. I know. Now shalom is actual Habariyah. That's actually correct. You can say shalom, but that's Mashiach, right? But I'll say I said shalom before, but I didn't like how that sounded. When a new person came, I said shalom, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that no more, because I'm not going to call on that. Once you know better, you do better. I'm not calling on that God, that Akkadian God, when I know who he is. See, just because I'm no. So I'll say shalom, right? And or shalom, but I'll meet people where they at, because we have to guide and lead, and you can't lead people by speaking down on them and trying to make them feel like they're wrong and you right. It's not about that. All right. So yeah, it sounds funny to me too. That's why I'm like, shalom. It's like shalom to you too. Shalom. That is not her. Guys, we ain't never. That was our wicked ancestors. I'm telling y'all for real. Everybody, our ancestors ain't no righteous children of Yah. There is no in that. We're talking about shalom, shalom. They were saying that in Acadia, shalom. Right? All right. So on your screen is the Aramaic script, right? And you see, for those who know, let me show you. Hold on. That's the later Assyriac script. Hold on. I did it. That's the Lord Baal. Oh man, I thought I put it up. It's all right. I thought I did it. There you go. So this is actually some of the Phoenician Canaanite script, but it's the Paleo. So you see the Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Daleth, Hey, Wab, Zion, Heth, Tet, Yod. That's where they get the Yod, Hey, Wab, Hey. That is not a barrier. This is Phoenician Canaanite script. That's what I'm telling you. It's the Afro-Asiatic Hebrew is a Canaanite language. Y'all told us have nothing to do with the Canaanites. So they changed the ox head, the house, none of it. This is supposed to be a man with his arms raised to the Most High, this Hayat. And look what this is. I don't know what that is. It looked like a backwards E. It looked like an Afro pick. You know the pick with a broken handle. The metal ones, I used to have an Afro back in the day, right? It used to be the metal Afro pick with a broken handle. With the teeth. I'm a little too old. Some of y'all don't know what that is, right? But this is Canaanite. Okay? So, now let me show you. Watch this. This is Aramaic. Ain't that the same? So when they talk about Mashiach spoke, of course they did. If you spoke any Habariyah or Hebrew, look, Alaf, Beth, Gamal. See, they closer. At least the Aramaic was a little closer. Ain't no I in Gamal, because that's the Gamayah. And the Alayaf, that's no F, it's Bayat. The Dalaf, they getting closer. But they still got he or hey, the Wa, the Zion, the Heth. Okay? So this the Aramaic. And later, that's the Assyrian. But look, that's the later, much later. The Assyrian. But look, Alep, Beat, Gamal, Dalat, Hey, Wa. So if you speak any Afro-Asiatic Canaanite group of language, you will be able to converse in their tongue. Now, some of the script, that look like a snake, right? That's the Assyrian Syriac Aramaic letters later. So when you see him write this script with all these diacritics, right? That look like a snake. But as long as you, beats. As long as you, look, Zion, Ket, Tedet, Yod, Kap, Lamad, right? So that's the Hayah, Dalayat, that's the door, that's the walking on the pathway to revealing of Yah, this Mashiach the pin, right? All right? There you go. Shout out to our Syriac brother. Right? Praise the Most High. Welcome to the house, King. If you're a brother or sister. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're a brother or sister. But welcome to the house. Absolutely. So this is our sister tongues and languages. So if you spoke, if they didn't take our tongue, we would be able to converse with original Syriac or Assyrian. This the later script, though, right? The later text, because we would understand the Aleph, Beat, Gamal, Dalet, Hey, Wab, Zion, Ket, right? It's just some things would, like the Nun, Nayan. It's just certain things that we would have to, right? But we would be able to, four-letter name of the Canaanite God. So look at the Phoenician. Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Daleth, Hey, Wa, Zion, right? And then that's the ancient later Habariyah. That's the pictograph one, right? All right. So anyway, all right. So let me close out to this. All right. We got we got some You got some devils coming in. So y'all be on your way to the trolls are coming in. I don't know. We're in the witching hour, I guess, or something. All right. So yeah, take your time, Pissy Lola. It's a journey, but the key is about coming out of some of the things on the path, like discarding, and we could get stuck. And you got a lot of people that's stuck right here in Canaanite, and you don't want to be left in Canaan, right? The Most High told us don't marry the Canaanites, don't follow their customs, traditions, don't stop with the Canaanite. All right. So this was ours. Our ancestors said the Aleph, and they said this was a bull. They know bull. How is this a bull? This look like, what is this? This look like some sorcery. This thing. They got this from the Canaanite. Okay? Acadia. All right? Phoenician, Ugarish, all right? That ain't ours. All right. He said Dorito with antlers. All right. So let me close out with this, which will start next week's. I apologize. I really wanted to get to the real breakdown of the Christianity, and I didn't do a great job. I apologize. I was fearing this would happen. I was fearing because I got so much to bring and I didn't know where to go. But so let me try to get, yeah, it looked like a pentagram. Let me try to get a little of the title of I forgot what the title was now. Oh, the Greeks in the, oh yeah, that's right. How the Christian Bible was written. Oh my goodness. All right, let me try to get a little of that. All right, I'll come back to the other stuff. I'll put it together. So I want to do, how can I do it? Because I started with the little other followers of the way, right? And right, because that's who at Antioch they first call them Christians, right? So then we want to go back to who the Romans called them Christians, but how was the Bible written? The Bible was written by the Greeks, all right? But the Greeks, let me explain. The Hellenists. The Hellenistic period refers to the era between the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC and the rise of the Roman Empire after the Battle of Actium. During this time, the Hellenists, the Hellenic culture, this is before the Romans called them Greek as a slur. All right? They spread the Hellenic culture across Egypt, Persia, Mesopotamia, Central Asia, and all through parts of India. All right? And they blended the local traditions of all these places they conquered with them to create new hybrid civilizations. All right, the Hellenist period, 323, 31 BC, all the way to 323 BC. That's like 300 and something years, like 300 years. All right? So the key characteristics of the Hellenistic era, Hell, was founded on Alexander the Great's conquest. He conquered all of what we call now Greece, which is ancient Anatolia, Cretan, Mycenaean lands, all of it, Egypt and Asia, under the Hellenist leadership. And it rose to the rise of the Hellenistic kingdoms. That is Ptolemaic Egypt, the Seleucid Empire, and the Antigonid Macedonia. All right. Now, they spread the use of a language that later became Koine Greek, and they made this the common language of trade, administration, and education for all the conquered world that they was conquering. They made this tongue. It's called lingua franca. The lingua franca is when you abridge language. English today is a lingua franca. Linguafranca, meaning the whole world should learn English to be a common language so that no matter what other tongue is native to your land, if you need to learn English too, and you can have, that's the lingua franca of the world today. Back then, it was Hellenism, the Hellenes, what they later, the Romans called Greek. They spread this this tongue from the Linear B, and then later, after Linear B, they went into a dark ages. And they came out of it by following the Phoenician, Canaanite, and they created the Greek alphabet. This is how you get this Greek alphabet. All right? I'll do it in the next part. I'll go on more. I'm just touching on it now, right? So a lingua franca is what they call a bridge language, used for communication between people groups who don't share a native tongue. So if, let's say if I'm Spaniard or from Spain and I learned English, and you from France and you speak Franca, French, and you learn English, then our common tongue is we both can speak English. And because America dominated the world for that, they made English the tongue, the lingua franca of this earth. All right? And this term is actually Roman. All right? This lingua franca is Italian for Frankish tongue. It was originally describing the mixed trade language used around the Mediterranean during the Dark Ages. All right? So at the time of the Hellenistic world, Koine Greek, Koine, was the lingua franca of the Hellenistic world. That's what the Bible, the Septuagint, was translated in. All right? From these, now the Romans called Greek. They were called Hellenists. Before the Romans conquered them, they weren't Greek. They were Hellenists at this time. Before that, Mycenaean, Homer called them Achaean, right? They call them, the Gypsies call them Danaans, right? Right? Before they was clans, right? So the Hellenists spread the whole world to learn Koine Greek, okay? Koine, all right? And then after that, from the Romans conquering, the Latin became the lingua franca because of the Romans under medieval Europe. Latin was the lingua franca of the whole world after the fall of Greece from the Romans, after they named them Greek. Then about the 18th, 19th century, French of diplomacy became a lingua franca. And then after that, English became the global lingua franca today. All right? So when we say that Koine Greek was the lingua franca of the Hellenistic world, we mean it was the common international language that was caused to unite the Greeks, the Hellenists, to make all the citizens speak their tongue. Life and death in the power of the tongue. It's an oath. It's like a covenant, okay? From Egypt to Persia, all traders, scholars, and ordinary citizens had to learn this tongue, okay? Now, that's some of the Hellenists. Now, I'm gonna go to more into this next time because I'm running out of time. But I want to get into a little of the beginning of the Greeks creating the Bible. And I'm gonna have to double back next time. It's okay. But I want to touch on it. So they have a book called the Septuagint. The Greeks, as they went forward, they conquered the Hellenists. They weren't Greeks. I got to learn to not call them that because that's not who they were. That's an exonym. All right? Just like the original followers of the way were never Christians. The Hellenists, under the god Helen. All right, I want to show y'all. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Akian.
Palliser says Yah the Eternal, we never forgot. In Syriac we write Yah as, and then he gave it. Happy to see the faithful, the ones who truly praise Yah in their hearts and fullness of their minds.
Oh, praise it. Welcome. We're happy to meet you too. The remnant of Yah's children of every nation, kindred, and tongue. The ones who rightfully seek the truth of the Most High. No matter what tongue or land you come from, we are his children. All right? And we are honored to meet you as well. And I feel the Shalayam, the peace of knowing someone comes in Shalayam in peace, no matter what the tongue. And we look forward to sojourning with you if you can ever sojourn with us. And welcome to the house. We're just his children that's trying to get it right and be the light and the servant to all nation, kindred, and tongue so we can get right back with the Father in spirit and in truth. Praise the Most High. Thank you, Hakiyama, for that. That was very important. All right. So now, let me get a little of this and I'll do it next time. I wanted to do it right from the rip, but I knew this tonight was going to be a mess for me. I was a little worried. I'm like, even when I left out my bathroom, I'm like, y'all, please help me. I got so much information and so little time. There's no way I'm going to put these puzzles together. It's too much. Like, I don't even know where to start. I got so much. Like right now, I'm like, do I show her what Helen's is? Or do I get to the Septuagint? Do I, right? And it's like, I got so many tabs of the Helens, right? And all that. So let me see. I'll probably get back. I'll do the Helens next time. Let me try to do the Septuagint and then I'll double back on the next one. Because later I'm going to tell you who. Oh man, it's nasty what they did with this. It's nasty. These things are crazy, honestly, because we're gonna even go into all of the gods, right? We're gonna go through Arianism. We gotta go through Nicene. That's coming later, right? Then we gotta go. The first thing is you gotta start here, right? This crazy part right here. Where is it? Not there. Not there. Not there. Not there. Where? It's in this tab. Because I got so many windows open. The first thing, I must have put it here. No, that's the Mano. There you go. The first thing we would have to do is go back here. I'm not going to do it right now, right? Because, stop share. Because we'll do it next time. But the first start, we would literally have to start here because then it's to bring the understanding of what this culture was doing. Right? So come back to y'all here, then go to share screen. I'm not going to do it, but I just want to show y'all. We did this before. The first thing we have to start with ancient Greece, right? And the gymnasium, ancient Greek, and in ancient Greece functioned as a training facilities for competitors in public games. It was also a place for socializing and engaging in intellectual pursuits. The name comes from the ancient Greek term gymnos, meaning naked or nude, and only adult male citizens were allowed to use the gymnasia. So the first thing we have to do is understand what this culture was doing when they conquered Alexandria, Egypt, when they conquered the Mesopotamian, when they conquered, they were naked, nude men engaging in look, athletes competed nude, a practice which said to encourage aesthetic appreciation of the male body and paying a tribute to their gods. Okay, so these created the religion called Christianity. There was no Christianity before these people came and conquered. I'm going to get there now, right? It was they competed men, only adult male citizens at first, competed in a nude, and it shows appreciation of the male body, a tribute to their gods. The gods of Heracles, where they get Hercules, he was a divine hero in Greek, the son of Zeus, and the foster, whatever, he was descendant of Perseus, another son of Zeus, right? See his little wee sticking out? And Hermes, You see his little wee sticking out? An Olympian deity, ancient Greek religion. This was their gods. So they created a religion, and people are following. I'm sorry, the craziest thing that people are following this religion, and they want to act like they don't want to go find out where does this come from, okay? Because the followers of the way were never Christians. They enslaved these Hebrews. I'm going to show y'all in a second, the Hebrews, and made them write their culture in, and they translated it into their religion, all right? This is Hermes, Olympian deity, considered the herald of the gods, okay? Right? The protector of human heralds and travelers and thieves. See his little wee-wee sticking out? They love their little wee-wees. So they were, when they would wrestle naked in the nude, the men, it was a way to give appreciation for the men's bodies. Wrestling naked with a man, wrestling, that's crazy, but let's continue. And it was a tribute to these gods, to the god Hercules, Hermes, and Theseus. Look at that, Esus. You see that? Take that TH and put a J. Well, anyway, let's continue. Now look at him. I want y'all to see that one. He was a divine hero, famous for slaying the Minotaur. So they would wrestle naked as an honor to that god, these gods, right? And I want y'all to see that dude. Watch this. I screenshotted it because I want y'all to see something. Watch this. Share, and then I'm going to get to the Greek making, translating, creating the Christian Bible. Because if you can ignore this, I'm sorry, I ain't eating nothing from this table, right? I'm not eating from your house if I found out you in there oil wrestling naked with men. And I'm not eating no food. I'm sorry, to each his own, but I'm not eating I ain't having nothing to do with that. I'm good. I'm good. I'm like, no, I'm not hungry. It's okay. Matter of fact, I'm out of here, bro. What are you? I don't even want to know what y'all doing. I'm out of there. Okay, stop sharing. So let me come back. Let me show y'all something. I screenshot this. Share screen, window. I just have to do this really quick before we get to them breaking down the Bible. Now this is Theseus. This is who they was wrestling. Now look at him, right? He naked. Look at little wee-wee. And he got a little boy naked on his arm, right? And look what's at his feet. Come on, guys. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Holding on to his feet. A little black boy. Not holding his hand, not standing, at his feet. Little boys. Thank you. I know, Abriya. You see it? You can't make this up. Go Google it. Go look. History. Okay? History. And he looked terrified. Look. This, all right? So this is their gods. All right. Now this is who is making this Christian Bible, this religion, Christianity. All right? Let me stop share. Let me come back. Right? Hold on. Let me come back. Share screen. I'm going to close out. It's going to be a good way to close out. I'm about to close out. Y'all ain't going to get too tired. Let me come back to the gymnasium. Let me just get a little more fruit. So, the name comes from the ancient Greek term gymnos, meaning naked or nude. At first, only adult male citizens were allowed in the gymnasium. Only adult males. And they would compete in the nude, and it was the appreciation of the male body and a way to tribute their gods. All right? The word gymnasium is a Latinization of the Greek noun gymnasia, a public place for physical exercise, bodily exercise, and then they made it a school. naked in the gymnasium, all right? Which in turn is derived from the common Greek adjective meaning naked or nude, right? By the way of the related verb gymnazo, meaning to train naked, train in gymnastic exercise, generally to train to exercise, all right? The verb had this meaning because the athletes undressed in changing rooms called apodyteriums and trained naked, rubbing their bodies with olive oil and then cleaning with the stringel. I actually had the image of the stringel. It looked like it hurt. It's some big metal hook thing. I'll show it next time. I said, what the? Oh, matter of fact, only thing I do is click it. Watch this. Look at the... Yo, this is the stringel. They were scraping your body, the oil, the Diddy oil, with this thing. I'm like, bro, that thing look like it. That's the bronze stringel in the Roman century AD, Walter's Art Museum. The stringel, or stringus, probably a long word for the Pro-Greek, is a tool for cleansing the body by scraping off dirt and perspiration, as well as the oil, Diddy oil, that was applied before bathing in ancient Greek and Roman cultures. All right? These are the people. This is Christianity, come from this. I'm sorry, not sorry. Y'all, somebody that told people wrong. I'm good with this Diddy religion. All right? That ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. I'm going to show you what they did to the Bible, how they made their version, this version. Now, remember, these are the Hellenists. They come to bring hell. All right. So, now you'll see what that is, right? And generally, the verb has meaning because the athletes dress and they train naked, rubbing their bodies with olive oil, and then cleaning it with the stringel. Historically, the gymnasium was used for exercise and communal bathing. In the thermae, I took an image of it. I don't have to show it, but look at that green water. Look at that thermae is insane. Here, let me make it big. You see that? That's the Roman public bath. They spread this all the way to England. That green water and all, because it's all like olive oil is, all that dirt. Oh my goodness, the men, they in there. That's some nasty stuff. All right, let me get back focused. All right, let me go back. All right, go back one. There you go. All right. So the thermae. All right. And later, they used to be in the communal baths, naked with the men, and for philosophical pursuits. All right. Now, the Greek means in the gymnast, the English noun gymnast recorded in 1594 is formed from the Greek gymnastes, but in Greek the word means trainer, not athlete. All right. And the palestra was a part of the gymnasium devoted to wrestling, boxing, and ball games from the word gymnasium and gymnastics. All naked. I did this before, but I need to do a little bit just to show, right? So then later they become from the adult men to the boys. And they gave them handlers or trainers, all right, to train the little boys naked. And they rubbed them with feathers and olive oil. All right, this is all in this. Y'all can look it up. Just go look up gymnasium Greece, gymnasium ancient Greece, and just read. All right, because I ain't gonna do this all tonight. All right, my hair is itching. It's time for me to wash my locks. All right, so now let me see if I could close with this so I can get back there. The athletic contest for the gymnasium supplied means of training competition. The Greeks from earlier in the contest took place in honor of their heroes and gods, sometimes forming part of periodic festival or the funeral rites of a deceased chief. So they would do all this naked games in honor of all this stuff, right? The victor in the athletic contest, though he gained no material prize other than a wreath, he was rewarded with honor and respect. He would win and get a wreath. Right? The training was a huge whatever. So let me see. The ancient Greek soon became a place for more than exercise and training. Later, it developed through recognition by the Greeks of strong relation between athletics, education, and health. Later, the gymnasium became connected with education and medicine. All right, the physical training and maintenance of health and strength with the chief parts of children's earlier education. Here come the little boys. Early children's education in the naked gymnasium in the baths. Except for a time devoted to letters and music, the education of young men was solely conducted in the gymnasium, where provisions were made not only for physical pedagogy, but for instruction in morals and ethics. As pupils grew older, all right, they so institute systematic discipline. All right, the gymnasia were favorite resorts of youth. They were frequented by teachers, especially the philosophers, these old ditty nastiest. Philosophers and sophists assembled to hold talks and lectures to the little boys in the gymnasium. Okay? And thus the institute became a resort for those interested in less structured intellectual pursuits, in addition to a place for training. All right? So then somewhere down it talks about them rubbing the oil on the little ones. It's horrible. All right. So we did this before, right? All right. So anyway, I'm only doing this because I'm going to show y'all these people transliterated they made this religion, and everybody's thinking this is, that's what I said, that religion ain't nothing but the devil. Okay? All right?
There it is. It's in front of you.
You said something's in, oh, it's here?
Yeah, the one at the bottom.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In Athens, 10 gymnasiarchs were appointed annually, one from each tribe. These officials rotated through their jobs to cover these little ones. All right? They call them gymnasiarchs, okay? Which derives from the Greek lead to which
she was saying the paragraph below that one.
I know, I'm getting there.
Okay.
To lead, that's okay. To lead was the name of official ancient Greece who ranks and duties, right? So they gave them these gymnasiarchs to cover these little ones, right? And then look, beneath them in the organizational structure were 10 sophronistae responsible for observing the conduct of the youths. All right, the little ones. Paedio, Trebe, and Gymnastae were responsible for teaching the methods involved in various exercises, as well as choosing suitable athletics for the little ones, the little boys. Then the Gymnastae were also responsible for monitoring the constitution of the pupils, the students, and prescribing remedies, medicine, pharmacia for them if they became unwell. All this is naked. The Alipete oiled and dusted the bodies of the little boys. These grown nasties. This was the culture, okay? Oiled olive oil and dusted the bodies of the youth, acted as surgeons, and administered drugs prescribed to the youth. According to Galen, there also existed a teacher specifically devoted to instructions in the ball games. All right? And then these baths and all that. All right. So now, I needed to do that. So now I'm going to get back. And I wanted y'all to understand that this religion, this culture, created this religion that they now call Christianity. All right? Now, I'm going to take y'all to the Septuagint. This is where the Greeks actually, now they will say, so this is what they say in history. This is what you'll find if you just, and they're constantly erasing the true history. What you're going to find is this. The Septuagint, the earliest Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. The original Hebraic people from the tribe of Judah It stands as a monumental achievement in history of religious texts. Its creation in Alexandria, Egypt. Now, first of all, these people are in another people's land. They conquered it, Alexander the Great, the Greek, and named the city, built it after himself in a black land. Listen clearly. So this is already enslavement. All right? All right. And they built gymnasiums all through, and they mixed the gods where you get Serapis Christos from. They mixed the Egyptian gods with the Greek, the Hellenist god. They're not Greek, the Hellenist gods. Okay? Because they became Greek later. The Romans called them that exonym, that slur. These are Hellenists from Helen. Oh, Helen. I keep talking about Helen. Where's my Helen? Where's my Helen? Because I got stuff all over the place. I wanted to show y'all who this god, the god Helen, come from the two. It was born and they had 3 sons. They're supposed to be like their Noah's Ark, their Noah, their Helen god. Maybe I got it in one of my screenshots. Their Helen god. Let me see. Let me double click because I keep going past this Helen god. Oh, that's the baths. Okay, the gladiator. I'll get to that next time. Right? Yeah, it's somewhere around here. I can't find it. It's all right. I'll do it in part 2. So anyway, all right. So anyway, let me stay where I'm at. Let me continue so I can close out. So now, when you read about this, they make it seem like, oh, this was a beautiful thing, right? So they will say, this is what it says, its creation, right? The earliest Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible stands for a monumental achievement in the history of religious texts. Its creation in Alexandria, Egypt during the Hellenistic period, see, Hellenist, marks a pivotal moment for both the tribe of Judah and later Christian traditions. It was a pivotal moment, not a good moment, right? But it was definitely pivotal, right? Now, they will tell you that the Septuagint's beginning explore the motivations of the Ptolemaic Hellenists, what they call Greeks, for commissioning the translation that allowed the world to get the beautiful religion of Christianity, right? This is how I just showed y'all what these people, the gods they serve, right? With the little boys and the olive oil, and it's all ditty. This is where Sparta, the Spartans, 300, this is all about the men and men on men, and then the sacrificing of the little ones. This whole culture. So for any black, white, I don't care who you are, for you to receive this religion, well, my people destroyed for a lack of knowledge. You don't search the truth, right? But once you find out, if you still receive this religion, then you are given covenant. You are in agreement to these practices because this is their foundation. These Hebrew men were never Christian. They were never Hellenes. They got conquered by them, enslaved, dittied, right? And some converted by way of death, right? If not, some were too weak, and shout out to the remnant who fought back, and they called them savages, and they fled into the mountains. That's where you get the Maccabees, right? So let's continue. They will say the Ptolemaic Greeks commissioned 72 Hebrew elders, right? And they will say the Septuagint's origins are traditionally linked to Alexandria, a vibrant intellectual and cultural hub of the Hellenistic world. So this is how they rewrite and whitewash history. Vibrant, intellectual, cultural hub of Helen. The hell is in the word Hellenistic. If you understand the practices of the culture, it was all about rubbing the little boys and serving their gods. The city of Alexandria was founded by Alexander the Greek. And it became the capital of the Ptolemaic kingdom. I'll show y'all that later when I break down how all this happened. All right? And a home to a significant tribe of Judah community. But they'll say Uish diaspora community. It's like they paint this picture like ancient Alexandria in Egypt. The Greeks were just walking around with their little nothing under their skirts, and the Uish were just walking around, and it was a thriving community of intellectual vibrant, but it was conquered. It was enslaved. Those Egyptians did not want Alexander the Greek to come in with his. Now they got their own gods and their own mess, but they sure enough didn't want no gymnasiums and all that. They did not want to lose their kingdom, the pharaohs, the dynasties. But they'll write this in history like Alexandria, a vibrant, right? And they say many of the JEWS in Alexandria had adopted Greek as their primary language. See, I'm doing it this way because I'm going to tell y'all the truth in a second. Because this is what they do in history. Oh, they adopted Greek. Right? Like, I'm just adopting Greek as your primary language. Now listen to the wording in that, right? I already got a language, a culture, a people. So I'm adopting the enslavers who came and conquered my land. But history writes, oh no, I just adopted the language, right? Forget my language. Can't post comments to some. Why I can't see no more comments? I'm lost. Give me a second. Start, live, new streaming. I don't know what that is. Close that. There you go. Oh, thank you, Elder Yayas. I wanted to see some of the chat because we about to bring some real understanding from these lies of history. So it would say, this is how they write history. And I'm going to tell y'all what the actual Uish converts wrote and the tribe of Judah wrote. Not the same. It ain't this, right? It ain't the same fluffy story, right? So it says they the Uish people, the diaspora community, the tribe of Judah and Alexandria, they adopted Greek as their primary language. Thank you, Hellenists. We thank you so much for. But listen, now they don't belong in Egypt either. They got bought there. Let me explain something to y'all. When the Most High, through Mashiach Moses, got the tribe of Judah out of Egypt, they left Egypt. There was no tribe of Judah people just walking around Egypt after they fled the Pharaoh. They was in the wilderness for 40 years and stuff. Then they went on to fight in the land of Canaan under Joshua and Caleb, Yahweh Shah and Kalayab, right? There was no tribe of Judah just running around Egypt when the Hellenists came, when the Greek so-called, when the Hellenists came and conquered it. How do you think those tribe of Judah got back there? Same way the 72 elders that they enslaved to translate the Hebrew. But they write this, guys. They write just like they doing now. Come on, Chuck Taylor. Just like they rewriting history and saying that the black peoples in America liked slavery. Oh, they loved it. They were happy. Right? They were indentured. That's the same way that they did this is the same thing they doing to the history in America. And the newer people from around the world say, okay, so there was no systemic racism. The black people should have just pulled themselves up by the bootstraps, right? They should have just, my people came over and pulled themselves up by the bootstraps, right? Because they rewrite the history like this, okay? So they rewrite it and says, many of the tribe of Judah in Alexandria, first of all, what was they? That should be your first thing. What were they doing there? How did they get there? Either the Egyptians enslaved them and brought them back there, or these Hellenists, Greek did. All right? And these was the time that it's under Ptolemaic rule, the Greek has conquered it. So they say, many of the tribe of Judah, the J.W.S. and Alexandria, had adopted Greek as their primary language. Oh, forget the tongue of the Most High. Forget that it says we are the people of the book. We want the hell's language, the Hellens. We want to serve the god Helen. Oh yeah, I'll teach y'all that. The god Helen. We want to be Helens because they weren't called Greeks, they were called Helens. The Romans called them that from Greco. I'll show you that next time. When they conquered that land, they just say, oh, y'all, Romans is nasty. Romans is gangsters, bro. Romans are so gangster that they conquer everywhere and name them a derogatory slur, right? Like they did the Christians in Antioch, but the Romans named themselves Rome. That's why I said the Romans are so gangster. The word Rome, the name Rome is not an exonym, it's an endonym. The Romans named themselves Roman from their god. We'll get there next time. Oh, they dope. Darkly dope. Darkly dope. Gang. Got these people calling themselves Greek to this day. I'm sorry. It's like having us calling ourselves stuff. Oh, Romans is crazy, bro. And the Romans they named themselves Romans. Facts. All right, now anyway, let me continue. I was going to show that, but I'll do it another time. I was going to break it down, how they do it, when they did. Y'all know. So anyway, let me stay here so I can get a good closeout. So they say the tribe of Judah, or the Uz in Alexandria, they adopted Greek as their primary language. And their proficiency in the Hebrew tongue was diminishing. Listen to this, creating a need for a Greek version of their sacred text. This is how history is rewritten. Let me explain. Yeah, we live in Rome right now. Everything is wrong. They have no idea. Yeah, Romans are the Devonians, the Devos. Now listen clearly. Listen clearly. They got conquered too. We gonna get there later. But the Romans still exist now because their religion run the world. Christianity is Rome. It ain't Greek. You'll see. Rome took it over. And that's where they created these councils, Nicaea and Constantine and the first Sunday. None of that was Greek. You can't even blame the Hellenists for it. The funny thing I'm going to show y'all, let me get there. Because it makes sense when I found out that they actually was descended from the tribe of Dan. Because I was wondering, what is the obsession of the Hellenists with that? I know they was taking every culture, but the Hellenists didn't do what the Romans did. Now the Hellenists still was serving their gods, and they wanted to do the little boys and the ditty, so we ain't give them no excuse for that. But what the Romans did, no. And it's still today. Christianity running the whole world. Yeah. And they run around talking, it ain't Roman Catholic. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, everything we doing, the government, the Senate, everything we doing. Now listen, this is what they say. This is the history, dude. This is what the people are receiving. This is what the this is what they be fooled because they don't study to show themselves approved. It says, in Alexandria, many of the tribe of Judah, these are the blacks, not the converts. At this time, let me explain this part. At this time, the converts are still over in Jerusalem. Those who took their identity, they haven't become the Pharisees yet. They're still plotting. They got stature though. They almost got the full thing, the identity fully stolen. Those who say they are tribe of Judah are not, right? So now, so this is the Pharisees. These are the black tribe of Judah, actually Ya'ada, the original Yahadayans, all right? Tribe of Ya'ada, not the convertites, all right? Now, so it says, this is the history they tell us, many of the tribe of Judah in Alexandria adopted the Greek as their primary language, the Hellenes, and their proficiency in their original Hebrew was diminishing. You know why? because they weren't allowed to speak it. They had, by way of decree, of slaughter, of diddy, of unaliving, they had to make the Koine Greek their primary tongue or die. You understand? Right? So then, as the time went on, their proficiency in the Habaraya Hebrew was diminishing. And they said, this how they fluffy history, and this created a need for a Greek version of their sacred text. But if you said their texts were sacred, you see the forked tongue? If their texts were sacred, then why would you make them adopt your language as their primary language? Why would you keep the same sacred language and sacred text? Tongue? You see? It be all in there. It be all in these paragraphs, but it's hidden in there. Devil in the details, right? So it says it created a need for a Greek version. That's how they do the history, make you see. That's how they do say you needed us to enslave you, so it was all good, right? So it created a need for a Greek version, Hellenist version of their sacred text. Now, here we go. Now let me give you the truth, because the most famous account of the Septuagint's creation come from the letter of Aristeas, a pseudegraphical work dating from the 2nd century BCE. All right? And it addressed Philocrates, described in detail how the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible came about. According to Aristeas, come on, Rishva, I'm glad you're still here. According to Aristeas, this the part, I'm glad you're here, because I wanted you to hear this. And I'll do it next time, the full complete. According to Aristeas, Ptolemy II of Philadelphus, who reigned from 285 to 246. He was the Greek Ptolemy, the Greek pharaoh of Egypt. And I'm going to show y'all next time how that came about. And he desired, listen how they write this. He desired to include the tribe of Judah's laws in his renowned library of Alexandria, which aimed to collect all the world's knowledge. That it did. A tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It went around, now I'm going to explain what really happened. It went around the world and took everybody's culture. Yo, this thing crazy. These people crazy the way they write history and make it seem like, it's what you call colonized, right? They call it Hellenized, Rishfly. See, now they call it colonized, right? Christopher Columbus discovered America. With all the originals living here, we colonized America. Slavery. Back then, they didn't have colonized, it was called Hellenized. Hellenes were the Greek, the Hellenes. Before the Romans called them Greek when they conquered them. Said, you ain't Hellen, you Greek. A slur, right? Now, so they went around the world. This is how they built the Alexandria Library. And it's a whole nother one. Not only, all right, let me explain. They went around the world, conquering people, taking all of their culture, books, took all their stuff, and then took their smart scholars and brought them back to Alexandria by decree of slavery and made them teach their children everything and write all their culture into their Koine Greek. This is some real wicked stuff. But history says that, listen, this is how history says, and Aristeas wrote this. They aimed to collect all of the world's knowledge. And he sent an embassy led by his librarian. This is according to the letter Aristeas about how the Alexandria Library and how the Bible was written. Let's continue. He sent an embassy led by his librarian. This is Ptolemy II Philadelphus, led by his librarian named Demetrius of Phaleron. He sent an embassy. You know what that means? He sent his military to Jerusalem. Here we go. Led by his librarian Demetrius of Phaleron to Yerushalayim. And it says, to request that the tribe of Judah high priest send qualified scholars to undertake a translation. Listen clearly. He sent them to request. These are the conquerors. Hellenists, they conquered the whole world at that time. They wasn't requesting nothing. Listen clearly. This is what they wrote. He sent them to Jerusalem to request that the high priests, Levitical priests, Levites, these are the blacks, not the converts, send their qualified scholars to undertake this translation. It says, in response, the tribe of Judah sent 72 Hebrew elders, 6 from each of the 12 tribes of Yasharal. They were sent back to Egypt. Do y'all not understand what our ancestors went through to get out of Egypt? Do anybody know the book of Exodus? So Christians kill, this world is crazy. You kill me when you don't know history is insane. All right? To think, and man, they was like, oh, the Greek coming. First of all, they coming with olive oil and Didion and Jeanette, right? They coming. And we know they already conquered Egypt. Okay? I would have been running for cover. I would have been out of there. Shout out to the tribe of Dan. Dan was out of there. Right? So anyway, tribe of Judah had to die. So listen. Now, I'm going to give y'all the truth. This history says these scholars were housed on the island of Pharaohs. Listen clearly. So this is how they whitewash and make it sound all fluffy. They sent an embassy led by his librarian. he sent from somebody that work in the library, right? To Jerusalem to have a request. Can you please send your high priests, your qualified scholars, to undertake the translation? We want to translate your sacred scripts into our unsacred Hellenized tongue. Do y'all not know that is sin itself, according to the Habariyah, according to the Most High Yah? You can't take it and to ditties. They got gods of Helles, of Zeus, of Thor, of Athena. I'll show y'all in a second. I'm going to show you. We're going to close out with that, right? And for them to come and you're going to take your sacred word of the Most High, right, which is holy and righteous, and you're going to let them translate into their perverted Hellenist polytheistic tongue? You got to be kidding me. Shout out to Brian B. Now let me explain. This is how they whitewash the history. All it takes is common sense to understand that all of this is a lie. Same thing they doing today. They whitewashing slavery. Oh, it's not bad. The blacks, they liked it. They liked the slavery. They were thankful. That's what they whitewashing, right? Now listen. It says the scholars, it says, so I guess the Levite said, okay, it's fine. You could take 6 of each of our scholars from the 12 tribes, 72, and take them, and then they'll do you good. They'll transcribe all of our sacred texts into your Hellenized tongue, right? That's sin itself. They couldn't do that. That's transgression, right? Listen, and then it says these scholars were housed on the island of Pharaohs. Let me explain. The Ptolemy Philadelphus, he didn't bring them to Alexandria. He didn't bring them into his palace. He didn't set them up he put them on an island by themselves. Yo, it's crazy. The way that they can make this sound like it was a good thing or something, right? He housed them on an island where they completed the translation of the Torah, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, in 72 days. So they completed the translation. They called it a miraculous element. And they said the legend claims, listen guys, legend, that each translator worked by themselves on this island because he kept them enslaved by themselves on the island. And it's said in legend that each of them produced identical translations which affirm the divine inspiration and accuracy of the Greek text. So this is the legend. They say they were housed on this island, and without seeing one another, conversating for 72 days. You understand? What's that? Almost 2.5 months, right? On this island by themselves. Can't see nobody, talk to nobody. That sounds like solitary confinement to me. I'm sorry, not sorry, right? And it said, this is how they say, a miraculous element happened. The legend claims, right, that they independently produce identical translations without even seeing or speaking to one another, which affirms the divine inspiration and accuracy of the Greek Septuagint. So this is holy now. Now let me tell y'all what really happened. So this letter of Aristeas, this and the miraculous aspects are considered legendary by all modern scholars. Okay? And the core narrative of the Pentateuch being translated during the reign of Ptolemy II is widely accepted as the truth. The translation of the remaining books of the Hebrew Bible likely occurred over the next 300 years with varying quality and style among the translators. So understand something. They had these tribe of Judah descendants for 300 years translating the New Testament, creating this Christian Bible. All right. Now, I'm explaining what really happened and what it really is. And most people think that the New Testament is a Greek book. It wasn't. And there's proof. All right? Now, the Ptolemaic Greeks, especially Ptolemy II, had several motivations for him wanting to translate the Hebrew scriptures, even though the Hellenists possessed their own religious and philosophical traditions, right? He wanted to expand the Library of Alexandria. It was a fervent patron of knowledge. He wanted to aim the library to have all the world's knowledge. So what he would do, anybody, the library had a policy of acquiring copies of all books and manuscripts of all people around the world, even so far as to copy manuscript, they say copy, from ships that docked in Egyptian ports. So whenever Alexandria was a port, that's why he built the city on the water so that they can have a route to Jerusalem, Arabia, all that. And they made Koine Greek the language to speak, and you had to do trade with them. They ran the world. So as your ships would come into port, they made it a policy, a Hellenist Greek policy, to acquire all your books and copy the manuscript from all ships docking in any Egyptian ports. It was called administrative and legal integration. All right? Now, here we go. Let me do what really happened. According to actual hidden copies, writings, and books from the original tribe of Judah, but also the Convertites. They wrote about it in their Talmud. All right? Now, the real part is the traditional narrative presented by Aristeas as a harmonious, divinely inspired translation. The tribe of Judah and the Jewish people have a totally different account for it. According to the Tractate Megillah, all right, they characterize the translation of the Hebrew Torah into Greek as disastrous, a calamity, a sad episode. The Convertites, the Jewish people, actually have a day called the 10th of Tevet. That'll be Tavayat. And it's a day that they fast. Okay? It's a day that they made a day of calamity. All right? And it's because it was supposed to be from our ancestors. You know, they took our language, you know, they took our culture. But the Most High leaves breadcrumbs. So the fact that they stole our identity and try to claim it as theirs, the things that they make their reality is actually our true history. That's the breadcrumbs that the Most High leaves. A lot of it comes through the Convertites. Because if it wasn't for that happening, a lot of ours would be erased. So, you know, the Most High will use lemons to make lemonade. You know, y'all, right? So they have a fast day called the 10th of Tevet. Now, the Babylonian Talmud Tractate Megillah 9ab says that King Ptolemy assembled 72, they say Uish, but tribe of Judah elders, and placed them in 72 separate locations on this island. All right? Now, the Talmud says the miraculous element in the version that they try to tell you is not that they produce identical translations, but that they all independently made the same specific changes. So let me explain. They wrote it, Aristides, and you know how they rewrite history? They said it was miraculous. They all had the same exact, they being separate, right? Not seeing each other, they all made the same exact interpretation. That's a lie. What happened is, what they call a miraculous thing that shows that this Greek Septuagint is holy and divine, they actually all independently made the same changes to the text. Meaning, I'm going to take Yah's name out and put Lord. I'm going to take Yah's name out and put God. I'm going to take Yah's, right? Now, this is back. Okay? I'm going to replace so this miraculous thing that they try to later paint like, see, they didn't even see one another. They all interpreted the same. What happened was, they all independently made the same specific changes to the text. Now, these changes are not accidental, but deliberate alterations designed to misinterpret the Hebrew script into the Hellenist tongue, their doctrine. So they wrote, you know how they write in history, well, this just happened, but the truth is they made every last one of them, this is what you write. This, so each of them, but then they try to say like, it was miraculous that they all came up with the same. They all changed his name to Lord, Baal. They all changed it to God, which that ain't in Habariyah. I'll show y'all next time, right? When we go deeper, right? I should have did it tonight, but it's okay, right? So now they changed Genesis 1. They changed Genesis 1:26. They changed Genesis 2 and 2. They changed Genesis 11 and 7. They changed Exodus 4 and 20. You understand? They changed the same way that they do in the NIV and the HIV and all these IVs. When they take stuff away, this ain't nothing new under the sun. This is the creation. All right? So this deliberate changes are transgressions according to the Most High. But they made it seem like because it's an altering of the sacred Habariyah text. All right. So now in the Babylonian Talmud, they have a minor fast day called the 10th of Tevat, right? They call it Asara B Tevet, and it's observed from dawn to nightfall. Primarily commemorates the beginning of the siege of Yerushalayim by Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon, and ultimately led to the first temple of destruction. But they also associate 10th of Tevet, the 8th of Tevet, with the completion of the Septuagint translation. And they call it the day of darkness. All right? But the world has made us think that it was righteous. So it's called the Hellenization and the assimilation. All right? Now, the Septuagint's translation facilitated the Hellenization of all the tribe of Judah communities by decree of unaliving and graping, right? Which led to the erosion of the traditional Habariyah and the traditional tribe of Judah way of life and culture, all right? Now, what happened, they actually enslaved the 72 elders on this island alone, and they made them transliterate their likeness and image from the Torah, from the original manuscript, the Pentateuch book, into their tongue and likeness and being. But what most people don't know is the New Testament was already being written. Thanks to Now Y'all, I got a clip to show y'all. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. I'm going to close out with this for educational purposes only. 2 o'clock. We went long, but I'm going to close out with this. All right? Watch this. Stop share, right? Let me grab it. Let me make sure I got it first. It's this one. There it go. Watch this. And then I'm going to close out explaining what this is, breaking it down. So stop share. Share screen. Here, where is it? It should have been, maybe it's at the bottom. Where are you? Jim Bible original. Oh, do I got it in the other? No, I don't. I got it right there. There it go. Bible original. I just didn't know the name. I guess that's what it's called. All right, come back to y'all. Well, I don't see it again. Bible original. Oh, let me do it again. Click it. Come over here. It's already clicked. Bible original Hebrew writings 2. Now come back to the share screen and find it. Bible original Hebrew. There it go, right there. Yeah. And make it full screen. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is I'm going to show y'all that the New Testament. That's why you got these people against the renewed covenant, not understanding that it was actually written already. Habariyah. And as over the 200, 300 years, then they started writing some of the later stories. But Mashiach, this was actually Hebrew. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Listen clearly.
The claim is that every book of the New Testament was written in Greek, which is insane because all the books of the Bible were written by Hebrews. All the books of the Bible were written by Hebrews, including the New Testament. So it just doesn't pass the smell test that all of the authors were Hebrew and yet all of the originals were in Greek, but that is the claim. So we're looking at the New Testament, the Bible, through the Greek filter of another language, culture, and thought.
Roman Jews was to essentially steal the history of the real Messianic movement.
So he said the Romans came with this Christianity to steal the original movement of the followers of the way, the Tamadayan Ha-Dalayat, the followers of the way, right? And create this Christianity and make this person right here, right? This dude right here, as he was, this is Jesus. It's not Yahusha, Yahweh Shah, right? So anyway, listen clearly. Give me a second.
So it's going to take on Greek elements, and there's a lot of these. We'll get into them one by one, but it matters. And the reason we know is that it was not all written in Greek. The church fathers said so. There are 75 historical attestations that the Gospels were originally written in Hebrew. At least Matthew was originally written in Hebrew.
So how come we don't learn about this in like seminary and places like this, or even just in?
So this is what you would call the New Testament. This is what they have hidden and whitewashed. I knew this for a while, and now y'all found me this clip, right? But I knew this a long time ago, right? And I knew before I even found doing research. The Yah through the Holy Spirit, the Raya Kayakadash, told me way back. That's a lot of stuff I knew. And then later Yah will have me find it through history. But I knew that before, right? From the Raya, right? So when he actually had me find it, I was like, well, I knew it anyway. I knew that, right? So again, this is the things that they erase because they want others to think that Mashiach was a creation. They like these people come to my channel. Mashiach, they made him up. He's not Jesus. Jesus is made up. The Messiah, they made him up. They right? No, they didn't. In the book of Jeremiah speaks of Mashiach. Yeshua, it speaks all through the Bible of Mashiach. It speaks of the new covenant that was coming. The New Testament in Habariah is covenant. That's the new covenant. Mashiach came with the new covenant, spiritual circumcision. It spoke about Yama Yaha Jama in the original covenant, spoke of it. So they come with me talking about the Greeks made them up or it's a Christian. Wrong. The book of Matthew. So they hide all of this stuff. And I'm going to break it down right now, Yeshua. This is going to close us out. I'm going to let this clip play and I'm going to break down what they're talking about. And that'll close us out into part 3 of this.
Was originally written in Hebrew.
So how come we don't learn about this in like seminary?
That the Gospels were originally. There are 75 historical attestations that the Gospels were originally written in Hebrew. At least Matthew was originally written in Hebrew.
So how come we don't learn about this in like seminary and places like this, or even just in regular school
we are
history?
Descendants of the Greek church. And the Greek church, Greek primacy of the Bible is an article of faith, right? So so you have to.
He said, because we are descendants of the Hellenist church. Circe, correct. There was no Circe, no church. There was no Lord. There was no gods. There was no Christian. There was none of that. That's all Greco-Roman. Hellenist, polytheistic fallen angel. Okay? All right. He's right. We are what's the names of it?
So you have to, not only are there 75 historical attestations from the fathers, the founding fathers of the what we call the Christian church now, but there was no one who said it did not exist. No one said it did not exist. And among those 75 attestations, there are more than 80 quotations directly from the Hebrew Gospels. All right, so we're supposed to say, well, the modern view of it, and remember, the modern view is 2,000 years old. Now it's about almost 2,000 years later. Now they're saying, well, there never really was a Hebrew gospel. That was just mentioned by Papias, and everybody, kept saying the same thing instead of uprooting the error. But that's not true. It's not true that all of the early church fathers were either frauds or fools by mentioning the Hebrew gospels. That's what you'd have to think to erase all of the early historical evidence that there was a Hebrew gospel.
It's only to find. Now, first of all, I'm curious. So you knew there had to be more. Where did these other ones come from, if you can recall?
They originated from Cochin in India. They originated from Cochin in India, in the Kerala province in India. And this is where Thomas went in the first century and set up his ministry. Now, he would have taken, all the apostles would have taken the Hebrew Gospels with them. That was their word. There was no Greek gospel when they had gone to all corners of the earth, really carrying the Hebrew Gospels with them. But we have a historical attestation that Bartholomew, pretty soon after that, the Bartholomew in the Bible, went to Cochin, India, went to Thomas's ministry and carried a copy of the Hebrew Gospels with him.
Now, this is not just legend. How do we know this?
This is his.
Now, when he's saying gospel, he's talking about the New Testament. That's for all these Old Testament onlys, all these Hebrews with their little star Remfram coming here talking all this Canaanite Hebrew to me, don't even understand Habariyah, and want to hate the Mashiach, saying he's a Greek rendition and concoction and all that. They thank you now, y'all. But all that, they have no understanding. That was not. They was preaching Mashiach, the followers of the Gamma, the Tamadayan Hadalayat was going around teaching the gospel. Now later, the later editions they was writing, the others was writing, the Greeks was writing stuff about it. But these were already there.
historical attestation from the writings of the early church.
Oh, okay. All
All
right.
right. Now we also have went to India and brought a copy of it back to Alexandria. Copy of Hebrew Gospels back to Alexandria, where Origen used it in writing his famous Hexapla, which was the comparison of the extant Hebrew versions of the Bible, including the New Testament, a comparison of them with the extant Greek versions of the Bible. Now, the Roman Church didn't like Origen very much, so all of his research, the Hexapla, we have fragments of it, but it's pretty much disappeared. I don't know if that's on purpose or not.
So when the Romans took over, they squashed all of that. They ain't like Origen. I call him Origen. All right. So now let me break down what he was talking about. Let me break this down. What he's mentioning is this is the history that they want to erase and not have us think that it wasn't right. It wasn't our book. You understand? Like it was it's all theirs. How could I say it? We don't have an original. They wrote it so that people could think it's a Greek Bible. It's a Greek this. It's a Greek that. The New Testament, because they don't want you following. They don't mind you following the Mosaic laws because they know that's where the sin is, right? They don't want you following actual Mashiach, the Mashiach, the renewed covenant, the one who came to have you accountable and have repentance instead of atoning for sin. They want us to not, how can I say it? To not have the accountability to repent and have salvation and think, but Mashiach came to fulfill the law. All right? So now, there's the idea of the Gospel of Matthew, that it was originally written in Shemitic Hebrew, and they say, or Aramaic. But I showed you earlier, Hebrew and Aramaic is the same. And this is our ancestors speaking the ancient, the Canaanite, not the Picto. The Picto tongue was gone by then, right? So it would be the same as the Aramaic script. It's the Paleo, right? The Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Dat, right? Habariah was taken at the Tower of Babel, all right? So this comes from Papias of Hierapolis. Papias of Hierapolis was a 2nd century bishop around 125 to 150 AD, just 100 years after Mashiach gone. He wrote that Matthew collected the oracles. They call it in the Logia. These were called the sayings of or about Mashiach. All right? Hamashayat, Yahawashah or Yahayashah Hamashayat. The Mashayat, the Messiah. Matthew. Now these are the early what you call church fathers, meaning early. We're talking still in early Greek Rome, right after Mashiach died. When the Rome is sacking and calling them Greek and taking it over, before the Council of Nicaea, before they made this Trinity, and before Sunday worship, and before, when it was closer back to the original. Now it was changed and Hellenized, but a lot of it came after the Romans. So Papias of Hierapolis, the 2nd century bishop, he wrote that Matthew collected the oracles. These are the sayings of the Messiah, of and about. And he collected it in the Habariah language. They called it the Hebraic dialectoi. Okay? And that meant the Hebrew tongue or Hebrew style. All right? And it says, in each one of Matthew's collected oracles was interpreted Hermenusian, Hermes. See, they're speaking Hellenized tongue. The Hermenusian, Hermeneusen, means translated. So the Hebradi, Hebradi dialectoi, that's the Hebrew dialect, right? I'm speaking their tongue. And he says each one was interpreted hermeneusian or translated them. Now, Papias, his writings of this was preserved by Eusebius. Now, these are what they call the early church fathers, which the Romans actually done away with them and made them like they were heretics. All right? This is the beginning, right after Mashiach was gone, right? Eusebius preserved the writings from Papias, and he wrote it into his church history. And it's foundational to the Hebrew gospel. They call it a hypothesis. The Hebrew, this was hidden, removed. They call, the gospel is supposed to be the New Testament, the word of the gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. They had a Habarayah, this is the original. So the ambiguity of Papias's phrasing, particularly the terms Hebradi dialector, right, the Hebrew language, and the harmonism, which means translated, has led to various interpretations among the scholars. Some of them argue that the Hebrew was actually referring to Aramaic. So they always trying to replace the Hebrew with Aramaic, and that's why I showed you earlier, it's the same tongue. That is the most foolish. Again, that shows a lack of scholarship. That's why I showed you on the screen. I showed you the Aramaic script of the Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, and then I showed you Hebrew. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet. They're the same. They got the same paleo writing. It's just their A with a line is tilted a little up. I was like, but it's their way of trying to remove and most people don't have the oration or the diligence to study. That's why Yah has his remnant children that'll do the work for you and will teach it to you. And then you got to do your diligence of studying, show yourself reprove or receive and take the fruit and let it bear, let the Most High, let the Rayach water and everything and grow. But you can study and show yourself approved because everything I'm selling you, you can look it up. It's there. You just have to do diligent study. Now, show yourself approved. I'm giving you the fruit. Papias, Papias. Just look it up of Herolopis. All right? That's why I do this. All right? Now, they say, so the scholars are arguing, it wasn't Hebrew. It was probably referring to Aramaic, right? Which was the Shemitic language group of tongues. The Afro-Asiatic Shemitic language group of tongues, right? And then others are arguing that it was actually only Hebrew. Now, you have other, what they call church fathers, Circe fathers, that's what they are. They're not the assembly father. But shout out to Papias, shout out to the ones who was trying to actually keep it as true as possible, right? Now, Rome came and just done away with all that. Rome was like, we ain't having that. We about to do some councils. We about to make a trinity. We about to do Sun, Sol, Invictus worship. We about to just tear this apart, right? So now, other early church fathers expanded upon Papias' work. There was one called Irenaeus, Irenaeus, 175 to 185 AD. And he stated that Matthew, Yahweh, also issued a written gospel among the Hebrews in their own dialect. Listen clearly. This relates just with Shaya'al Paul. When Paul went to, when they grabbed him in Jerusalem and they was going to unalive him, he spoke to them among the Romans. Remember he said, how can you speak Greek? But they'll tell you they all spoke Greek. They said, ain't you that Egyptian? How you speak? The Roman soldiers said that to him. But you see how they do history? Everybody, no, they didn't. They're lying to you. It was forced on it, and a lot of them didn't. So when Paul spoke to him in Greek, they said, how you speak Greek? You that Egyptian. And when he went he spoke to them in the Hebrew tongue. We didn't put that scripture a bunch of times on the screen. He spoke to the tribe of Judah in Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, that was under the Roman Empire, who was supposed to only speak in Greek and Latin. He spoke to them in the Hebrew tongue. That's in the book. I forgot where it's at, Acts or something. If Akiama's awake, she might could find it. All right. So now Irenaeus said that Matthew wrote a gospel, the New Testament, and in the Hebrew dialect, and he dispersed it among the Hebrews. But they don't teach all that in history. Just like Paul, Shaya'al, spoke to them in Hebrew tongue. But they'll tell you that we wanted to be Hellenists and that the devil's a lie. Origen, 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 around 210 AD, he further quoted Eusebius, and he affirmed that first to be written was the book of Matthew. That was the first gospel written in Hebrew. And he was once a tax collector, but later an apostle to the Messiah, and he published his writings in Hebrew for only the tribe of Judah, for the Hebrews. He went to Judea, the first gospel, Origen, how you say his name, he affirmed that it was written by Matthew, and he published it in Hebrew. Then later, what they call Jerome, St. Jerome, 327 to 420 AD, he claimed, now these are the early, now remember later, here come these Romans and all these later, and all Christians now be like, no, it wasn't, it's Greek. And I don't know why these people want to be ditties. I don't know why they're so proud of the Hellenes. Because the Hellenes they was bringing hell from little boys and men's booties everywhere they went. I don't know why y'all so proud to think they want to make this thing from the enslavers, this religion they made. Mount Yahweh wasn't teaching no Christianity, writing in the Hebrew. Shaya'al, none of them were Christians. But anyway, Jerome, what they call another early church father, 300 years. Now we went to 100 years after he dead, 200 years, 300 years. Jerome claimed to have personally encountered a Hebrew version of the book of Matthew. Now these are these fathers. Now later, the Romans have destroyed all of these, right, books. Like they burn libraries and they burn the library at Alexandria. They destroyed all this stuff, right? But all this stuff was actually preserved and saved in Alexandria Library. Everybody listen. So Philadelphus, the Ptolemy, the Greek, even though they was doing the bad thing, they also was helping in a sense to preserve. So the Library of Alexandria had all of it stored. That's why that's why they came and burned the library, burned the books, burned the temples, knocked everything down, because they don't want to have y'all to have the truth. The Romans wanted to create this religion of Christianity and make a world religion, which they did. And now you got the whole world. Now you got these people mad because these right-wing white people want to say Christianity, we want to enslave all the blacks, and then well, that's what the religion was created on. That's Christianity. It's not the Hebrew manuscript Bible. It's the Greek version. It's the Christian Bible with your lords and your gods and your Sunday worship and pray to the Lord Jesus Christ, your Jesus, and all this man-made. So why won't y'all go back to the early? Why y'all stick? Oh, y'all just love the Roman togas, I guess. Shout out to the Romans. Romans are the gangsters. That's what I said. They're the gang. They went around. They tore the Greeks up and named them Greek. They tore the Hellenists up And forever, the Hellenists is still now calling themselves Greeks. A slang, a slur. And the funny thing is the Christians are still calling themselves Christian, a slur. That's why the black people look really crazy calling themselves Christian. It is the Debo of all Debos, Abriya. Can you imagine? The black people running around, I'm a Christian. That's like, they literally say, I'm an Igor, right? I took the Diddy, right? I'm a Diddy. It's actually brilliantly dark. And they love it. They love this created Jesus character and this fake Diddy religion made by the enslavers. Even the Romans were so gangster that they took the Greek. Listen, the Greek commission enslaved the Hebrews, but they was doing it to everybody. So the thing about the Greco, the Hellenes, they were equal opportunity Didiers, enslavers. They was enslaved. They was getting a culture from every language on the world. The world. That's why they had to, it was going to be the world center, and people came from all South Arabia and came to study. And they was using knowledge. That's the Greco. Knowledge was their God, right? And they was using that for all the sinners for coming, making their money. And they wanted everybody to speak Koine Greek, right? And that was it. They were the kings and that was it. But everybody could come and learn all cultures. And they had to you got to come to us, right? They got the big supermarket. They was Wally World. It was Walmart, right? So, but they wasn't they didn't do it to squash. And now they did change it into their likeness and image, but they didn't, the Romans came and just took it. Romans are the gangsters, bro. The Romans came, sacked the Greeks, and said, now y'all ain't Hellenes, y'all Greeks. I'll show you that next time. Come from the Greco island. They sacked the first ones that they sacked. It's the small island around in the Aegean, right? Because that's where they come, the island of Crete, Mycenaean, the Aegean. It's called the Grecos or the Greco, and in Latin they changed it to Greek. They changed it to Greco, and they call them. So they sacked them and they start calling them in their tongue. It's like calling you an Igor in my language. And then from then they was gonna go forth and they were sacking all the other Greeks. And so as they did it, they just named them that and Xing them. Crazy. Same thing they did with Christians. They did it with the Hebrews. They took the Tamadayam Hadalayat, the Hebrews, and said, now at Antioch, they said, you are Christians. It was a slur. And it stuck just like the Greeks stuck. So you got people running around calling themselves Greeks, Hellenists, right? And then you got people running around calling themselves Christians. It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy. So Jerome said that he have personally encountered the Hebrew version of the book of Matthew. And Jerome wrote, Matthew, who is also of the tribe of Levi, and who, from being a publican, right, a tax collector, came to be an apostle. First of all, he composed a gospel of the Messiah in Yahadiah, Judea, in the Hebrew tongue and Hebrew characters for the benefit of those of the followers of the way, those of the circumcision who had believed on him. Now, this is what Jerome wrote, these early church fathers. And he said he personally saw the Hebrew version of it. But it's all white. Now, but stuff scatters to India. That's what that person on the clip was talking about, through Asia and India. That's where our manuscripts scattered when they broke the Alexandrian library. That's where you get your that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls and you get your apocryphal texts. A lot of those stuff fled into Asia and into the mountains, and the Essenes and the Ebionites and the Maccabees and those who fled and caught it, and the stuff that went in. And as the followers of the Tamadan Hadalayat, followers of the way, traveled, they took them with them, and some of the Asians, they restored, they kept their books. So it wasn't wiped from the earth. So, I'm closing. all those who translated these texts, even the New Testament, the Gospels, the first ones, into the Greek, is not sufficiently ascertained. Moreover, Jerome said, the Hebrew itself is preserved to this day at the library of Caesarea. Jerome said. He said, Jerome said, I was allowed by the Nazarenes who used the volume of Matthew from the Hebrew in the Syrian city of Beroea, Beroea, to copy it. And I showed you the Assyrian and Syrian script. They got the Aleph, Beat. We had our Syrian brother join us tonight, right? Aleph, Beat, Gimel, right? So Jerome said he was allowed by the Nazarene who used the volume in the Syrian city of Beroea to copy it. Jerome also noted, Yolana's here, Shalom, daughter of Yah. Oh, Sunday, it'll be 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Sunday, daughter of Yah, praise Yah. Shalom, Yolana. Thank you, Hakyama and Zayana. I'm glad I saw it too. Shalom, Yolana. Love you, daughter of Yah. Now, 10 p.m. Sunday, daughter of Yah. Now, we closing out. Jerome, what they call a church father, he said this is actual history, but they hide, they destroy. Jerome also said and noted regarding Shaya'al. Jerome said that he, Shaya'al, Paul, being a Hebrew, wrote in Hebrew. That is his own tongue. He wrote all his works in his tongue, and the tongue that he was most fluent in. He says, while things which were eloquently written in Hebrew were later turned into Greek. And that makes sense because when Shaya'al went he spoke to them in the Hebrew tongue. Paul did that on purpose. Paul spoke many languages: Aramaic, Syriac, Greek, everything. Latin. Shaya'al was a Hebrew of Hebrews, but his first tongue was Habarayah, the Hebrew. And so Jerome noted that Shaya'al, Paul, wrote everything in Hebrew. Who wrote that? Habarayah? Oh, that's Risfla. Go ahead, Risfla. Risfla said that makes sense why Paul's verses are so mysterious, because they can't understand. Now, Risfla, can you understand why I'm able to break down Shaya'al? Because I understand, I know the Habarayah. I learned the tongue. Praise Yah for the diligence. So there is nothing in the manuscript that I can't decipher. Mystery keys to unlock, because I have the Habarayah. Greater than that, I have the Rayak Hayakadas, the Holy Spirit. But I have the tongue diligently, which the Most High told me to gather and learn so that I can decipher. And that's the mysteries of the parables of the scripture. So you can't discern Shaya'al. That's why Peter Kafayah said, don't even try to understand them. He's a Hebrew of Hebrews. You have to be an elect. They'll destroy you. So they made Shaya'al another god and said, he said you can do this. And Paul said, I can eat swine and the abomination. And Paul said, and all that. Shaya'al ain't say none of that. You don't even speak the tongue. How you going to know what he said? Shaya'al ran around there and said, yo, man, it's hot. Yo, that chick is hot. Right? Shaya'al ran and said, that chick is hot. And y'all came 2,000 years later talking about, okay, the girl was hot, so that means it was summertime. Right? Because you don't speak the tongue. You don't speak the euphemisms. You don't speak the slang. You don't understand the tongue. You can't understand the people. Shaya'al said it was raining cats and dogs, and they came 2,000 years later. Here come Christians. And they say, okay, these like it was raining cats, so that means the Nephilim. The Nephilim was there. Cats and dogs were falling out the sky. Shaya was talking about it was just raining hard outside. Right? They went to Shaya, Paul, and they said, Paul, you all right? He said, I'm cool. And here they come later. Paul said he was cool, so he was cold, so it must have been winter. You see? This is not, you can't exegete our text when you don't know our tongue and language. These are black people. You be a fool doing that now. You can't, the language changed from you got to have the euphemisms and understand we're spiritual people. We make new stuff up every day. It could mean 5 different things depending on the tone that I spoke it in, depending on the intonation, depending on, right? The block was hot. Oh, the block was hot. So they had a block. Okay, so the cube. So maybe they had the Kabbalah stone, right? And it was hot. So the Kabbalah stone, they put fire on it. Maybe they did some witchcraft. Paul was talking about the hood was hot, bro. The police, the popo, the Romans was coming. The Hellenists was coming. Wristfly, this is how they trying to, you can't do our Bible like that. It's a black history book. Sorry, not sorry. That's why. So Jerome, one of the church fathers, shout out to Jerome. I say Jerome's in the house. I say Jerome's in the house. Watch your mouth. Jerome in the house. Right? Shout out somebody get it right. And Elijah and the papayas and them. Right? Papayas got some papayas. Jerome is in the house. Right? So anyway, he said that Shaya'al, being a Hebrew, wrote everything he wrote in Hebrew. That is his own tongue and what he's most fluent in. See, these testimonies from the historical basis for the belief in a Hebrew, and they say, or Aramaic original for the Gospels, and the Gospel of Matthew, they call it the authentic Matthew. See, they're erasing this from history. And these Christians, they don't want to hear this. These scholars, they want to, right? The authentic Matthew or gospel. Okay? Gospel. All right? Praise the Most High. Tell me to, who was that? No, you didn't offend. What happened?
I think it was regarding some of the comments that were in the chat, and
Who said what? What y'all doing? Y'all Hebrews, what are y'all doing? Who said something that make her think that she offended somebody?
well, Yasha just corrected her on some of the comments that she was saying.
See,
I'm not
that's
sure
why.
why she's talking like she put Yasharla. Maybe she got the names confused.
Oh yeah, she gets Yasha and Yasharallah. Everybody get their name wrong. Yasha is a man. That's the one who sing the song. Yasharallah is our sister, but everybody get that wrong. But so she wrote something and Yasha corrected her.
Yes, it was about the Romans and everything.
All right, and it sucks that I can't see the chat. That's what, and I hope I still haven't had time to get my new system where I can see the chat again. So that's why we get into this problem, because I might address something differently than my brothers and sisters will, right? So we got to be careful about something that could cause offense to someone else, all right? We don't want something said being misunderstood when someone means something else and it causes offense, because that's our sister. And all right, so I'll find out later, because I'm gonna read all the chats. I'll do that after. Hopefully they don't. Sometimes they erase my thing. Hopefully they don't, and I'll find out what's going on, so I'll make the corrections there. And yeah, so less is more, right? So we know what do you mean you gone? Don't you go nowhere. We about to close out. Don't you let nobody. It's your house, daughter of Yah. So it's some misunderstanding going on. All right, so I got to see what's going on. So, well, they can't delete no messages. Now, y'all, when I on my back. Only way that can happen is if they StreamYard closes me out and then I don't get. So what happens after the show, I read everything. Anything that was deleted shows up on my thing. So unless they kick me out and then I'm lost. Then it won't show up on my playback. But no, I get to see everything, even everything that was deleted. All right. So I need to find out what misunderstanding was going on and what because that we got to do less is more.
I can read you what Yasha said, and I could try to stroll up for you.
Yeah. What so what did Yasha say? Read that for me for a second.
Yasha said, at Pensy Lola, Yah bless. Please be aware of the house rules and be careful with some of your statements, please. All are welcome here. We did not want to push any hate in this house, respectfully.
So what does she write to make him say that? Because we know some of us are a little rougher around the edges like me. Like, I had to I had to tone myself down. You know what I mean? And certain things get people triggered. So can you find what she wrote that made him say it like that? All right.
Yes, there was a few. She says one, the clears turning on each other. And I love watching how the news doesn't report it. She put cave beast. She put, there was a couple. It was above this one. Rome can get PHUCKED up to.
Oh, Pencil Lola, what you, girl? I'm gonna pop you. Oh, that's why I need to be able to do the chat. See, when it comes from me, it's different. I understand. Thank you, y'all. I understand. Pencil Lola, I'm gonna pop you if you don't stop. Stop. You know better. I understand. That's the same thing Taj do. Taj be doing. Taj, our elder, he do the same, right? So I understand, right? But girl, I'm gonna pop you, Pissy. No. That's what elder be doing. Elder Taj be writing that stuff. He don't think I see it sometimes. Taj be writing something. He'll put a poop emoji and say I was gonna do this. I'll be like, I swear I'm a pop Taj, right? But some of us are just, we hoodie hood. I mean, I understand, but so y'all's just correct, and Pissy Lola, he correct. So just I'm gonna pop you. Stop. Y'all know how we do. And let me do this one. Maybe this will make y'all laugh. Elder Yazan and Yanapa, if I catch y'all one more time doing foot massages on our live stream, listen to this, Pissy Lola Blast. You think this a mess? Listen, I didn't know. So Hakiyama writes afterwards because I can't see the chat. So here I am teaching a powerful study. Now I watch it back because Hakiyama like, I think you might see this. I didn't see it. Anything. Elder Yayazan, listen, Pissy Lola, is on the live stream, on the screen. And he got blue gloves on, and he looking like he doing something with blue gloves on, right? I seen it back later. Then, all come to find out, he giving Yanapa a foot massage live. I'm a pop both of y'all. Oakland, boy, Oakland, the hoodie hood. He giving, I am going to pop y'all. Listen, this is the funny part. This is the funny part, Wristfly. You can't see what he's doing, right? And he's going to work. Then all of a sudden, you see a foot come up. Yanapa start wiggling her toes. And live on the street. I swear I'm going to pop y'all. I was going to do this private, but this is the best way now. Because we got to understand, we are all y'all's children. We all different. We a mess. Y'all know we got different levels of a mess. I clean myself. I'm working on myself. I've been getting a lot better, right? I be holding stuff in I want to say, right? I like to lost my mind. I'm watching the thing and I see feet go. I said, what are y'all doing? Imagine some new people came and be like, what is going on in this ministry? They're up there going to foot massage live on the thing. And that's the funny part, Yayazan, and Yadapa. Hakyama, I think Yasha must have told Hakyama that, are you sure that they, and so Hakyama took herself off the screen and it pushed y'all up before y'all was blocked by the thing on the screen. So the funny thing was, if Hakyama would have stayed where she was at on the screen, then it wouldn't have showed that what he was doing with his hands. You could just see him doing something, right? But once she came off the screen, their box moved up and you could see it clear as day. And then I see Yanapa's feet come on the screen wiggling. I said, oh, these Hebrews. These Hebrews. All right? All right. So now I know what Pisio y'all bless me. I know what you meant. You like the Romans can get that smoke too, right? They can get it. You like I get it, but we gotta be we got to be careful what we write with our emotions. That's why I said, Lola, y'all bless, stop it. I'm gonna pop you. Now, if I would have saw it, I would have said it then. So it's easier coming from me because you know how it is. So it's look. I said we apologize for that, but again, this our house, children of Yah, from every nation, kids of the tongue. We are not perfect. We all are works in progress, including Unc, right? And that's it. We correct one another righteously. We is what it is, right? I apologize, my bad, right? And just move on. That's it. So praise y'all. No. I'm like, hold on, what's going on? Why is my sister talking about she leaving and all? What are y'all doing? What? I'm like, what's going on? Then to find out, she just gangster. I know that. I understand. Like you get the people that'll come, the other ones who come, they be like, especially, we triggered, man. They got all there's some triggering stuff. The stuff that y'all got us bringing out, how they did our history and these people. And, I'm talking about they gangster. Pissy Lola like they gangster. Yeah, I got gangster for them. That's what she doing. She like, I'll show him some gangster. The Romans, right? Facts. So I get it. But praise y'all. So all right. So now we got back balance. And I know you don't mean no disrespect. I know what it is. And y'all willing by next Wednesday, I'll have the new platform. I pray that I can get it done. So I can see the chat and then I won't have to worry about that, right? I can catch whatever craziness is going on. Because we're going to do crazy stuff. We Hebrews, right? We're going to do crazy stuff. Sometimes we can get emotional. Sometimes, I can slip sometime, but I'm doing a lot better. I used to be a mess before, facts. I used to be a mess before. But praise y'all for balance, man. We all y'all's children and we all on this journey. You heard? All right, now that can close this. God, we did it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Boy, we went long. And I did the Bible at the end. That's crazy. I meant to do this part right at the beginning. Soon as I started, I wanted to open with how because I didn't want to make it clickbait. So how the Bible was started. Here it is, about 5 hours, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. That is 5 hours, almost 6 hours later. I'm just getting to the part of that is horrible. Boy, Unc. And I knew this was going to be a mess tonight because I had so much. I'm like, I don't know where to start. I got so much to bring out. Boy, I got some crazy stuff that y'all going to see. Y'all going to be like, oh my goodness. All right. All right. So Elder said he tried to stay up with, because you be putting some, I see it after. I'm like, Elder, he be like, he'll put a meme and something. I'm like, Elder, if you don't stop, you can't say that, right? But he's doing good. He's doing a lot better. If he say what he really wanted to say, right? But I understand. So it's just us trying to, it is what it is. We're on the journey, right? All right. That's going to close us out. All right? He said Todd's comments make me crack up. Yeah, he a mess with this. He's doing a lot better, though. Todd, he came a long way. Right? But it's just showing the respect of the house and the respect of Yah. And as we try to bridle ourselves, bridle our tongue. And, sometimes we got to hold back some of the things we want, but you still have the freedom to express. But, we're going to correct. It just is what it is. All love and all respect, may the Most High. All right. So this has been part 2 We're gonna do part 3 because I got so much more. I really wish I would have just opened with this. Shout out to Davaya, and then went through all the other stuff I went through. But I hope y'all found it fruitful. Thank you, y'all, for allowing me to get what I could get out on this this with all these things I was supposed to bring out. I don't even know what's on the screen right now. This is how bad I'm. Nothing? Hold up. I've been just teaching all that with a black screen, Yasha. Ain't it? I'm a pop. I'm talking about the last thing, all that I just said. This black screen been on the thing. I'm a pop y'all too. How y'all gonna let me teach all that with, with a black screen? I could have put the backdrop of the Hebrews. I could have put the thumbnail. So it wasn't that. It was because it was the whole papyrus thing. That whole last breakdown I'm talking about. That is long enough. Everybody, don't let me teach nothing for no black screen. There should be nothing. Thank you. 40 minutes. That's almost an hour of a. And we little on the. If anything, that I'll make us not little, and they can at least see us on the screen. That's horrible. So everybody, don't let me do that again. Nobody in the chat, make somebody unmute themselves and say, you got nothing but black screen up. Okay? All right. So, yeah, the no screen. I could have put the black people. I don't like that because it's, people need visual, and then we small in the corner. It's just a black Mashiach. And look, it's like, well, why are they small in the corner for no reason? So we over here small in the corner for no reason at all, right? At all. All right? All right. But, all right. So everybody like, I nodded off. I know y'all did. I know y'all tried. Can we see a little baby fight cat clip? Abayali should be one. First of all, let's see. Look, little baby. Lied to. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. Little baby Young. I ain't seen little baby Young in a long time. Right? This is what he said in the long run. And yeah, he took me through Christianity. This is the walk. He took me through. So anyway, I'm just giving a requisite to why these people worldwide wanted to be immersed and why they trust in my raya to be the one to emerge, because we've been lied to. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. I agree, little baby. We've been lied to. They done lied to us. The Greeks, the Romans, everything. The Romans called the Greeks Greek. Roman called the Hellenists Greek, which is a slur. That's some crazy stuff. Abiyah said she wanted to see this. So we got to fight this lies. We fight the lies like this. That's what we got to fight sin daily in our lives. Fight the lies and the transgressions every day. That's how we got to fight sin, right? I got to fight the sin the same way, right? Every day that you wake up, you got to go to war. You got to go to war with sin, all right? So we've been lied to. Check out this. This is another lie that they did to us. They had to wish people come to those, the Igbo over in Africa, and try to tell them who they are, but it's actually a manipulation. Listen, we've been lied to. Watch this.
You know what you are? You're an ancient Israelite.
Ancient Israel, that's who we are. That's who we are.
You see how they were so happy to hear it from? Like, that's who we are. That's who we are. You said it, right? But that was the convert, because they know that they were awakened over there, so they're trying to make them become Judaism. They're trying to make them put on the smart, right? To still come up under by saying you, right? We've been lied to. I don't need y'all to tell us because we know, we're learning. We are the people of the book. We've been lied to. Watch this lie.
When I was a baby, I don't know what I saw first. My mama, my papa, or this Jesus. Now, he's the one I know and love, so let's close the subject. Jesus was black, the Bible would have said so.
But it does say so.
What are you talking about?
I read about it. It's in Revelations chapter 1, verse 14. I read about it in Muhammad Speaks. It says, his hair is like wool, and his eyes are like flame of fire.
Well, Lord have mercy. It sure do say that, don't it?
And see, Mama, look at that hair, like wool, ain't it? And look at them eyes, red like fire.
Damn, damn, damn!
Yeah, we've been lied to. We've been lied to. May the Most High. Hopefully y'all enjoyed this tonight. I ain't get too many laughs, but it is. I did the best I can for tonight. We'll continue this series. I'll do something else on Wednesday, but on the next Friday, we'll continue because I got so much more good stuff to put, so much more teaching. All right. Hopefully I did my father's service. I did him, I did the best I can, y'all. Usually I feel really confident in what I brought out, but I knew coming into this, I was overwhelmed. I had so much stuff. So hopefully y'all got some fruit from it. Y'all enjoyed y'all Shabbat study, your 7th day study. Y'all go forth and be the light. We've been lied to, but the Most High said he will reveal all things in the end. Everything that was hidden will be revealed. You heard? And we are taking our rightful election as the servants of Most High to lower ourselves, consecrate so that we can receive the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue who said that they inherited lies from their fathers as well. You heard? But we have to work on ourselves. And the so-called blacks, we got a lot of trauma. So that's why I understand some of us, we'll lash out, we got a lot of trauma, so that's what our sister was doing, right? I know the roughnecks, like I would know that in the ministry of my hood, right? I know I was one of them. I'm a roughneck, so right. So y'all did a lot of pruning before he allowed me to go forth and teach the word. He cleaned a lot of my edges off before I even went live, and I still was crazy when I went live. I was rough, yelling. I was nuts when I went live. I wasn't letting nothing. I was, boy, praise y'all for a parable of talents and the continued growth. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for covering the house. Thank you, Yashiyaha, for covering the house. Thank you, Elder Yayazan, for covering the house. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly Ministries, for covering the house and welcoming all the new people and covering everybody, our brothers and sisters as they come. May the Most High cover, go forth and be the light. Shalom, Pensilola, Danya Allah. Danya Allah, that's how I say that Habariyah name in the original. We got another Danya Allah sister. She's Hispanic, and she be out in the, I forgot what they call that part in part of the world in South America, trying to teach the originals of that land that they are the people of the book. Sister Danya Allah, a Hispanic sister. Shalom Danya Allah for that Hispanic sister, if she's still out there in the jungles of, what's the name? I forgot what that place is called. But may the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, everybody. This has been our Shabbat study, how the Christian Bible was written, the Greeks in Egypt. All right? Come out of her, my people. Y'all's going to be exposing more truth. We live again Wednesday, Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Go forth and be the light, children of Yah. We love you all. Shabbat Shalom. Everybody worldwide, the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah.
Precious chosen people of the Most High.
You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our video, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He took your